Sorry, I don't have the slide advancer, but I don't have the... Oops, thank you. Okay. All right. Good morning. I'm very honored to be back in the kingdom. I've been coming here for quite a long time, and it's amazing yesterday at the opening ceremony to see all the advancements that are being made. So again, I thank the organizers for inviting me. So today I'm going to talk about where I've lived most of my professional career now, before I recently moved to Georgia Tech, and that is the country of Singapore. And I think we share some things in common with the kingdom in terms of our aspirations for water sustainability and for water security. And Singapore is the most densely populated country in the world, and it's grown very rapidly, yet we are one of the most water-stressed countries in the planet. Along with some of our friends here in the Gulf, we suffer from water scarcity. And yet, at the same time, Singapore, like the kingdom, is growing rapidly. And we are expecting, interestingly, our water demands are shifting from domestic to more industrial. And our percent desalination is also going to rise. So by 2065, the water demands of Singapore are expected to double. And in order to deal with this, Singapore has developed a strategy of a mixed portfolio of essentially 4 major waters. Local catchment, which is basically rain and urban runoff, not reliable all the time. Importing water, we import water from Malaysia. New water, which is our branding of recycled water, and what we're going to talk about today, mainly desalination. So quickly, on the water catchment, local catchments, Singapore has built dams or barrages around the entire island to capture all the rainwater, stormwater, as it runs off when it is the rainy season. The most famous is in this photo called Marina Barrage. So we are keeping the seawater out of the fresh water through the barrage, and I'll show you in a minute. We've come up with an interesting strategy of a dual desalination facility that can operate on fresh water or salt water. Singapore is reliant until 2065 on an agreement with the country of Malaysia. So we actually import water from Johor Bahru. We pump it into Singapore. You can hopefully see in the photo the pipelines that bring the water from Malaysia into Singapore. But this is limited. The country of Malaysia is prospering, they're growing rapidly, and they need their own water. So new water is, again, our branding for recycled water. And one thing about new water, it's mainly used for industrial purposes. Many people in the world think that we drink the new water, very little is put to the reservoir, predominantly used for industrial purposes. So it's treated with reverse osmosis to a very high degree, where it's used by semiconductors, oil refineries, and other high-tech industry. And now desalination, I'll spend the rest of the time on that. So again, Singapore has built several systems that are relatively conventional with dissolved air flotation, microfiltration, RO. And I can tell you that some of them have worked wonderfully and some of them have failed miserably. And the location of these desal systems is what makes the difference. Even though we're a small country, part of the island to the west is influenced by fresh water and water that's impacted by land reclamation, very high in silt, very highly variable in turbidity. So I'm going to talk about the future aspirations. One of those aspirations is one of our newest desal facilities called the Keppel East Desalination Facility. It's quite beautiful. When you look at it, you don't know that there's a desal facility here. It's underground, and there's a park above it. So this facility, when there's ample rainwater or fresh water, can operate on fresh water, when there's a drought or during our dry season, it can switch to seawater. There's an interesting fact that when we switch from seawater to freshwater, we also tend to kill the biofilm. So the biofilm will develop with one species, a halophile bacteria. We switch to freshwater, it dies. So it's actually working well to keep the membranes from biofouling. But Singapore has, like the kingdom, put forward a grand challenge. Ours is more small, very small compared to the kingdom. But our target is less than 2 kilowatt hours per cubic meter. And I think a lot of the innovations that we've heard about during the workshop, the country of Singapore would be very happy to collaborate. And they are putting forward a global challenge to try to find the technologies and the systems to reach their aspirational goal. So I'm not going to go through all these. I'm going to focus on the research from my own students and postdocs. But some of the things we've worked on are low pressure hollow fiber NF. I'll show you that in a minute. Ceramic membranes, which is the one I'm going to talk about mostly. Different types of hybrid membranes, biomimetic RO, reinforced membranes, and of course, energy recovery, pressure retarded osmosis, and captive deionization. These are just some of the areas that they are exploring. And to do this, we are building a system now with ceramic membranes. So we are dealing with challenges, as I mentioned. The water quality in the sea is not constant. We have algal blooms, we have land reclamation. So it requires a combination of approaches. So what we are attempting to do is eliminate dissolved air flotation, eliminate polymeric UF, and replace that whole system with ceramic UF. And by doing that, we see a savings in energy and a savings in operational cost. So probably everyone knows some of the advantages. They have a very long lifespan of the ceramic membrane. We can add oxidants like ozone or chlorine or chloramine, and we don't shed nanoplastics or different types of polymers that will intrinsically leach from the polymeric membranes. We've seen successful pilots before that's been published, and there's a lot of room for optimization, which is what I'll share with you. So this is a paper, it's cut off a bit, but we just published this paper in 2023 in Environmental Science and Technology Water, which is a great journal. I'm the editor-in-chief, if you want to know. So what my students and postdocs did, we wanted to optimize using machine learning and AI. How much ozone do you need? It's well known that ozonation will increase the flux dramatically through a ceramic membrane. But what we discovered was we did not need to add ozone all the time. We could actually add it periodically, and we could optimize it, again, using machine learning and artificial intelligence. So basically, we went through and developed a model, and the model first worked on the fouling conditions to see what parameters would cause the ceramic membrane to foul. Then we optimized not only the ozone, either by a continuous ozone feed, or what's more novel is pulsing the ozone, turning the ozone on and off, and then optimizing that with the pumping energy. And what we were able to do is demonstrate an energy savings between 40 to 55% once the system was optimized. But trying to operate such a system where you're turning ozone on and off is not easy. So we developed, again, a machine learning algorithm that would be able to self-predict what the optimal conditions for operation would be. So we basically ran a series of experiments where we were changing the amount of algal proteins and biopolymers, DOC, et cetera. And we would run these experiments, 30 different experiments. Then we would use the physics-based machine learning model to do the optimization, where we would give it an unknown composition and see how well that it could fit the machine learning model that was built. So that's where we're heading with the ceramic membranes. I just wanted to mention that years ago, it looks like a decade plus ago, we were working on pre-ozonation also for polymeric membranes. which worked very well at first. You can actually greatly reduce the fouling conditions even in polymeric, and we developed models to do brine recovery. So we would apply ozone to the brine to get even higher recovery with lower energy and higher flux. But of course, the challenge is when you use ozone with polymeric is that if any ozone comes in contact with the membrane will quickly become brittle, it'll fracture, and it'll become destroyed. And we saw that. We saw that when we add ozone, especially to a seawater, we can promote bromide to hypobromite, which is a very powerful oxidant that can damage the membrane. So we need a better way to control the ozone system than a typical residual. And the method we came up with was fluorescence. So by using intrinsic fluorescence, whether it's seawater or brackish water, we can actually look at the delta, the change in the fluorescent pattern, and control the entire system based on fluorescence instead of by ozone residual, which doesn't work. If you have ozone residual, you already have too much ozone. The next thing that we're doing is something that seems very simple. The country of Singapore was asking, could we switch from our typical biocides to a chloramine-based system for two reasons. Chloramine, obviously, is a lower power oxidant that could be compatible with the membrane, but we can also produce the hypochlorite on site. This is where we're applying hollow fiber nanofiltration first, followed by seawater RO, and then the brine from the seawater RO is predominantly monovalent ions, which through electrolysis we convert to hypochlorite, we can add ammonia, and the cycle can continue. At the same time, we are recovering with carbon capture, magnesium, and calcium, which I'll show at the very end. So we had good results, actually. So when we feed chloramines into the RO system, we greatly reduce biofouling and with minimum damage to the membrane as long as the chloramine is preformed, monochloramine, and a very short contact time. So this is an area that Singapore continues to explore, and we'd be happy to talk more about it. But it doesn't cost much, yet it reduces the fouling dramatically. So in the final slide, just to show another area that we're exploring, with the seawater desalination, we also have found a way to do carbon capture. And that's by combining in our case, our incinerator systems. In Singapore, we have no landfills, we have no land for a landfill. So by doing incineration, we generate an IBA, an incinerator bottom ash, and when we combine that in the right way with the brine from the seawater desal facility, we can very rapidly precipitate the carbonates. And these carbonates have some value for construction and different materials, but actually the amount of CO2 that we can capture in 1 year is dramatic. And I didn't show it, but we just last Friday signed a $60 million deal to help commercialize this technology. So pretty simple, but yet extremely effective. And the secret formula is really the bottom ash. When we add water to bottom ash, the pH will come out very, very high, which will facilitate the precipitation of carbonates. So that's my quick overview of some of the work that my research team in the country is working on. Again, would love to collaborate. What we see is that Singapore has definitely increased their water security by having a diversity of water, recycled, the rainwater and urban catchment, and increasing desalination. But at the same time, the pledges that the country has made in CO2 reduction, greenhouse gas emissions, are kind of conflicting. So we need lower energy, lower cost desal systems. We believe that ceramic membranes will replace the dissolved air flotation and polymeric UF. We're already building the first facility, and we can optimize that through machine learning and AI. And we found a great surrogate being fluorescence that can control that ozone system in a way that is energy efficient and does not damage the membrane. Chloramine is a simple biocide for RO, that's well known, but what makes it more attractive now is we can generate the hypochlorite on site using the RO brine with hollow fiber nanofiltration pretreatment and use that to reduce the membrane fouling and lower the operational cost. And lastly, and I know there's others speaking on this, a lot of opportunity for CO2 capture, and with that, the finances that come with carbon tax and carbon credit using the RO brine. So thank you for your time, and I'm very pleased to be here, and hopefully we have more time to chat during coffee break or such. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Snyder, for your presentation. Now let's move to the first session, السادة والسيدات، إلى الجلسة الأولى ومحورها حول الابتكار في صناعة التحلية. يرأس الجلسة سعادة الدكتور حسين باصي. الدكتور حسين خبير طاقة في معهد ابتكار تقنيات المياه والأبحاث المتقدمة، متخصص في الطاقة المتجددة النظيفة، ويملك أكثر من 35 براءة اختراع ممنوحة من مكتب براءات الاختراع الأمريكية. كما لديه العديد من الأبحاث العلمية في مجال الطاقة المتجددة والذكاء الاصطناعي. يعمل حالياً على تخفيض تكلفة استهلاك الطاقة في صناعة التحلية وخفض الانبعاث الكربوني. كما يعمل الدكتور حسين على تحسين كفاءة المعدات الكهربائية في محطات التحلية. دكتور حسين، إليك رئاسة الجلسة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody doing very well. I can see the crowd is getting more and more in here. That's a good sign, because today what we're going to talk about is the innovation of the desalination industry. That says what's new, where we are heading, and what we will get, inshallah, in the near future and in the far future as well. But before all of that, I would love to thank the Saudi Water Forum for having such a wonderful gathering that we can share what we are working on from the heart of the industry itself. And with your inputs, that would be really great to help and develop the water industry, starting all the way from the desalination to the transmission and then to the distribution. What we are going to cover is a couple of topics, not all scientific topics, but also the logistics and the administrative work of starting up new technologies, besides the scientific work of how the desalination actually is going to be improved in the near future, and those things that are related to the environmental things such as the carbon capture. As of for now, I would love to introduce my guests one after another, and each one I'm going to introduce is going to give you a presentation of 10 minutes about what their topic is all about. I would love the pictures of my audience to go in sequence. Right. I will start off with my good friend, Engineer Ahmed Al-Ghamdi. Engineer Ahmed Al-Ghamdi is a renewable energy group leader at Watira Research Institute, boasting his master's degree in desalination and bachelor degree in his master's degree is in desalination, and his bachelor degree is in chemical engineering from King Saud University. With over 15 years of dedicated experience in desalination research, he has contributed significantly to the field, holding more than 3 patents and having authored over 15 scientific papers in desalination and renewable energy. Mr. Al-Ghamdi is renowned for his experience in green desalination and solar power desalination, making him a valuable asset in the quest of sustainable water solution. I would love to ask Engineer Ahmed Al-Ghamdi to join us here on the podium for his presentation, so please join us. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hi everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you to give me this opportunity talking about this subject, which is the application of clean energy in desalination industry. So let's start first with the global water demand, which is growth day after day. And by this global population increasing, the increasing of the desalination is required. And based on that, the carbon dioxide emission is increasing if we are going to use the traditional desalination. However, here we can see the global crisis here with the impact and the likelihood diagram. It shows that the water crisis is the fourth one in the impact and ninth one in the likelihood. So let's take a journey here in SWCC, how the SWCC starting to reduction of a carbon dioxide. So we're starting in 2018 with a 60 million ton of CO2 per year, and we start decreasing this number up to a 35 in 2024, and we are aiming to 37.1 million ton reduction of a carbon dioxide yearly in 2025. The main target is the zero neutrality for 2045. So how SWCC is starting to reduction of a carbon dioxide? Is it by using the renewable energy only? No, there is a three main reason for reduction of a carbon dioxide here. One is enhance the process to energy consumption by reduction of energy consumption from 18 kilowatt hour per meter cube to achieve 2.27 kilowatt hour per meter cube. This is a first part. The second one, we achieved using the renewable and green energy here by powering desalination by a 770 megawatt. Also, for other factor, which is a carbon capturing, we capturing now a carbon dioxide and utilize it again in our process in the Ras Al Khair plant. So, Watera is the research arm of the SWCC, and we are working to resolve the challenges of the clean desalination challenges. So we're starting with three challenges here. One is the reliability of the renewable and the solar wind energy. The second one is the energy storage, which is required for the desalination, because the desalination is required the continuous operation, and the energy storage, one of the obstacles because of high cost of the storage. The third one is energy intensive and in the desalination process, where it's required a lot of energy consumed for the desalination. So this shows the efforts for the Watera to resolving these challenges. We're starting with the renewable energy itself field. We start with a portfolio of the projects. That portfolio trying to resolve one by one challenges here. Start with the renewable energy. There is two projects actually is working on that by hybridization of the CSP with a PV system, and also hybridize the hybrid PV and the wind turbine in the Haqal project. In the storage system, we are working also for the hybridization of a battery bank to get the more advantage from the storage. Another one is a hybridization between the photovoltaic and using the CSP as a storage system. This feasibility study is done for this project, and it shows the lowest price for using a clean desalination. In the RO itself, which is a process of desalination, we work with a different opportunity here to using the batch FO powered by the CSP. This is one of our projects. The second one is generated power from the salt gradient to increase the penetration for the renewable or clean energy. So let me take opportunity talking about one of these projects, which is an important project here, an innovative project using the FO powered by the CSP. By comparison between the CSP and RO here, we found there is more advantage in the forward osmosis to the reverse osmosis in the clean desalination, where it is, one is low energy consumption, second is can be work as a batch system, so it can be work without using any storage, and the third one here is the low pressure process, which is also affecting in the operation. So this shows our diagram for the pilot plant, which is FO coupled with different type of the CSP that's not only powered that not only aim to prove the concept of utilization of the FO with the CSP, but also testing a different type of the CSP can be coupled with the forward osmosis. And from that, we made the feasibility study based on the real data for the CapEx and OpEx, and we finding that the specific water cost is from 2 to 2.5 Saudi Riyal per meter cube. That is a breakthrough actually for the clean, fully clean desalination. So what's the future aspect we are looking for? We are looking to work more in the research for fully green desalination, but it should be a competitive also with the price. The second one, using a different clean desalination, not only renewable energy, also we can using the green hydrogen and also salt gradient on that, and increasing the collaboration more in the research for renewable and clean energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Ahmed Al-Ghamdi, for such a wonderful presentation. As for now, we are having Dr. Sarber Sarb, and Dr. Sarb is a senior expert at Watira, SWIC. He has over 20 years of experience in water quality, advanced water monitoring, and micropollutant and water treatment system. He has authored 45 papers in international peer-reviewed journals, has 5 intellectual property documents, and currently serves as editor board member for the leading environmental and water quality journals, ESNT and Desalination. Dr. Sarb, please join us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hussein. Again, it's really nice to be here again in Riyadh, and it's a pleasure to be talking to you. Today, I'm going to talk about zero-cost water solutions. Again, this is a very controversial subject, and to talk in 10 minutes, it might be a little bit challenging. But if you have any questions after, we can talk and we can have a discussion about this. So to start about the cost of water, when we look at the cost of water, we have to understand the value of water first. Again, water can be a commodity, water can be a product, and water can be just a right for many other reasons. So what I want to understand, or what I want to say, is it too loud? To look at the importance of water in the context of the kingdom, and to look at the value of water from the different aspects, and then look at the cost of water production. And I want to make clear the cost of water and cost of water production are two different things. Of course, we cannot go zero cost of water production. We always have to do capital investment. We always have to do operational costs. But the cost of water itself can actually be even negative cost in the context of what we need and how we value the water. So I will talk about some of the efforts that we have in the kingdom to reduce the cost of water production. And at the end, we will, of course, discuss if the zero cost of water is a reasonable approach or if it's even a reasonable target to have. To start with, for the Sustainable Development Goals by UN, there are 17 very important ones, the main ones. And the sixth one is the water. And it's not only the water for drinking and consumption, but it's also sanitation and industry and irrigation to supply water. If you look at all the other sustainable development goals, they are impossible without the water. If we want to remove the poverty, we can't do it without water. If we want to remove hunger, good health, industrial, economic sustainability and development, these will not be accomplishable without the water and access to clean water and clean water sanitation. Therefore, in my opinion, the water is the most valuable and most important of these sustainable goals. If you look at the different contexts of the water and how it's valued around the world, the value of water for a farmer is very different than the value of water in a person who is living in the city. If a farmer doesn't have the water, his livelihoods are done, and they cannot make money, they cannot live, and it cannot go further. But a person in the city requires water for mostly sanitation, cooking, and daily activities. So the value of that water for a farmer and a person in a city is very, very different. And it's the same way in Scandinavia, even Wales, where I'm coming from. We have abundant water. We actually value water very, very little, and we don't care as much as we should. And a person living in a very water-scarce area, that water is very, very important. Again, the value of water, depending on the situation, depending on the culture, and depending on the social factors that we are producing it. The Washington Post has a really good, really impressive map. We can see, and it's an interactive map. It shows the exact regions where this water scarcity is the highest. And according to them, the 5 of the 6 most water-stressed countries are in Middle East and North Africa. And as we all know, we are water scarce. But how scarce water is in Saudi Arabia? The absolute water scarcity level, the minimum one, is 500 cubic meters per person per capita per year. And this is renewable and available water sources. In Saudi Arabia, in the kingdom, we have only 89.5 cubic meter water available per person per year. So this put us less than 20% of the minimum scarcity level that we can say that it's enough for renewable water. So according to our statistics, we have increasing water consumption and increasing water availability around the kingdom. And I wanted to show a couple of them differently. For example, Mecca increased from 189 to 240 in 5 years. And Eastern region, where our research institute is generally stable. And if you look at these data, we can say Eastern region has been developed with the industry and with everything has been happening, oil and gas industry and other side industries for a while. So the increase in water consumption, not much, makes sense. But in a place like Jazan, in 5 years, water consumption and availability increased 3 times. And this increase attracts 2 things. One, population increase. The population of Jazan increased more than double in that 5-6 years. And because the water is available and because the population increase is possible, then it started attracting more and more investments. And this is a recent news from Arab News. The Jazan region recently, last 2 years, attracts over $266 million investment. And this wouldn't be a reality if the water was not available, if the water was not available to support both population growth and the industrial activities. When we look at the water tariffs, we look at around the world what are the most expensive water tariffs. So the first one is Moscow, Russia. It's around $6.8 per cubic meter produced. And if we go down the list and we see Nordic nations, even though they have abundant water, they have high price. When we come to Saudi Arabia, our water tariffs is very, very cheap compared to other places, and especially considering how expensive water to produce here. We are mostly using desalination. And the desalination is one of the most expensive methods, most costly energy and capital costly methods. But we are charging one of the lowest prices. So is this heavily subsidized and we are losing money in the kingdom, or this is an investment for sustainable development of the kingdom? And I think that's the biggest question. A recent report from OECD, and they mentioned benefit cost analysis of water, investment in water and sanitation services, 1 to 7. So if I invest $1 into water and sanitation services, the return, the benefit will be 7 times more. And that's why I'm considering cost of water. If we consider as a kingdom as a whole, it's actually below zero. We are actually benefiting more than we invest in water and is spent on water production. So cost of water production, again, not cost of water, but the production depends on what kind of properties, what kind of technologies we are using, quality of the raw water, legal regulations, and used energy sources, etc. So this is from US Department of Energy, and they listed various technologies from various regions. And as you can see here, one of the most expensive ones are the high-level engineering estimate for SWRO. This is from including capital, loan, bank back payments, everything included. So we are looking around 1 to 1.2, 1.3. In some cases, for example, in Australia, over $2 per cubic meter water production. We also have, EPA has a really good tool. It's a model to look at different technologies and to consider how much they might cost from beginning to end, the whole cycle analysis. And according to their model, for example, small-scale brackish water RO will cost us around $1.36 per cubic meter production. So how about here? How about what we are doing, what we need in the kingdom? This is a recent report, and I urge you to look at it from the ministry that was organizing this conference. It's the innovation in the water sector in Saudi Arabia. It's an amazing report, and it includes so many different statistics and information. So if you look at it, our current production, mostly from desalination, is 11.5 billion cubic meter. That's a million, sorry. This is our capacity. But the problem is our demand is growing, and the biggest growing demand here is the agricultural need. We want to be food secure. We want to be water secure. We want to be food secure, most importantly, because we are still importing a lot of food from the neighboring countries and other places. For us, security, national security, we do need food, water, and energy safety. And these can all be achieved by, these demands are supplied by the water production. So what we are doing in Viterra, I'm part of the research arm of the SWCC, as we mentioned before. What are we looking in the Viterra? We are looking at the supply technologies. We are a technology part. We also have, as I will explain, like energy, carbon capture section. But in my section, we are mostly looking at the supply technology. So, we're looking at advanced RO, new desal technologies, brine mining, and, renewable desalination, like Engineer Ahmed just mentioned. So we are very interested in looking at how we can reduce the cost of water production and how we can put more benefits, cost to benefit ratio increase in the kingdom. These are our 4 pillars. We have brine mining, clean renewable energy. We have process product and innovation and sustainable advanced material. We have over 50 active projects with industry and academia. The very unique part that which also attracted me to come here is that we have the capability to bring a technology from lab to field, and we can even apply. For the last part, our state-of-the-art magnesium recovery application is a great example. It started from a more fundamental understanding, and now it's a full-scale production in one of our facilities. And recently, we were awarded the Guinness World Record as the lowest specific energy consumption in desalination plant, which is 2.27, which we recently saw. So what are our future goals? We want to reduce this energy consumption further. We want to reduce more 10%. This is from a report which will come very soon from SWCC. And we want to reduce not only the new plants, we also want to reduce the energy consumption in the existing plants by optimizing them. So these are some of the future goals that we are working on: novel membranes, pretreatment and RO, of course, carbon capture, valuable resource recovery, brine mining, and renewable desalination, etc. So thank you. This is all I've prepared. If you have any questions, we can talk about it.
Thank you very much. According to the pictures, most likely you're going to start there. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dr. Sarwar. As of for now, we are having our wonderful friend here, Engineer Abdullah Al-Jabri. Engineer Abdullah Al-Jabri is the Engineering Design Manager in the Innovation Projects sector at SWF, with experience in process design of desalination and water treatment technologies, and the lead on the Artificial Intelligence Application Department. Engineer Abdullah, please join us in here. Many thanks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Hussein, for the introduction. And to start all, and I would like to start with a quote saying that a life without wonder is not worth living. It's harsh, it's strong, that quote is strong, but that gives us a sense of the little explorer inside every one of us, is that the need of discovery, the need of taking a journey, exploring the application, the technologies around us. So in order to start our journey into the artificial intelligence application, we have to put some boundaries for us to, first of all, assess those technologies. Will they be useful to us? Are they going to be utilized efficiently? Are they applicable in our industry itself, the desalination and the water industry in general? So that is the first step, the planning, the strategic planning as well into this, to later on assess those technology and those applications. The second step is going to be the build and implementation of those technologies. We have a large assets, around 35 locations around the kingdom, and seawater desalination and brackish desalination as well. So we need to choose the assets, the equipment, the technology itself, that we would take that artificial intelligence, that digitalization side, and assess it in the right way, so we wouldn't be unfair or unjust to any kind of technology or any kind of application later on that we would applicate. The third step later on, that the scalability side and the evolving side of the technology and the application that we are going to targeting and we're going to be aiming on later on. So the scalability on that side is mattering. That would be a question that would be coming later on, maybe from one of the audience, how the scalability matters into that direction. You don't want to expose a new technology or an immature technology very vastly or very highly on a big asset such as desalination plant with a capacity of 200 or 400,000. You don't want to build a smart plant from day zero and putting all of those applications and all of those technology and just exposing them to the environment of a new technology being implemented into a new industry itself. The last step would be the excellence in leadership side. So once we understood the technology, the application, how we would implement it, then later on how we would assist it, then we would excellence into those technology and those applications. We understand how we applicate it in our industry itself. All of these steps would be aligning with the main KPI and main targets of SWCC, which would later on show us over here that we would have our own KPIs, our own targets, our own goals in the artificial intelligence team. all of those goals, all of those targets would be lining up with the major goals and the major targets of SWCC. So whether it was the main concept or main targets of this forum, sustainability side, or maybe the environmental impact side, or maybe the energy efficiency side. So all of these targets have to be put into a certain KPI, so we could later on assess those applications, those technologies. So we'd be fair to all of those technologies or AI, with artificial intelligence application that we are targeting. So this is where the fun side starts, the application or the technology that, or the project that we have worked on as an artificial intelligence team. First of all, we have the digital twin. So we've heard about this a lot. You've heard the name. You've seen a bunch of those applications or a bunch of those projects over the 4 or 5 years in the industry itself. So this is a plant that we have targeted in Jubail. The capacity of that plant is around 5,000 cubic meter per day. That side is, to make you understand this more, is the scalability side. So we don't want to expose the technology and applicate it in a huge plant. We want to start on a scalable site. So we have designed, we have manufactured, we have installed those units, we have operated that plant with the capability of SWCC. Then later on, we would participate in the design of a digital twin for the AI application that we want to put in that plant. So what would be the benefit of that plant? Later on, we would understand more the operational side of it. We would enhance the efficiencies of those plants. This is one side to show you more on the scalability side. We don't want to start or pick on this, and then later on we would fail because we started with a big step other than taking a small step towards that application. The next one we could show over here is the robot that we used to inspect tanks. So you would understand us as a SWCC, we have a large assets of tanks, small, big, old, new, you name it. We've currently accounted for over 1,000 tanks in our assets. Those tanks, they have their failures, if you would like to say. They have their life assessment need to be taken care of. So those life assessment takes about from 1 to 2 months because you have to stop that tank, you have to take it out of service, you have to drain it. Then later on you would inspect it internally and externally. But this robot that we started applicating in one of our plants, it just does that with the tank life, internally and externally. Within 7 days, we would have a result of the integrity of that tank. Will it fail? Where it would be fail? The quality of that tank, and all of that in a mere 7 days that we would take 2 months in the best days that we would inspect those tanks. The third one is over here. This is something that we have done in cooperation with the Space Agency and the Center of Meteorology. There is two sides of this. So we're using satellite imagery to inspect or explore a certain location of a desalination plants that we are proposing that we would build in those locations. So we have the two coasts, the east and the west. Then later on, we have a scattered location all around. We have more than 35 assets, like I said before. So we would later on do a kind of survey for those locations, inspecting the quality, the physical parameter, the chemical parameter. We would understand more where is the proposed location that we want, where we want to build a unit or build a plant over there. So with those satellite imagery, we're targeting certain parameters such as salinity, temperature, pH. Some of those parameters you can get it from normal satellite imagery, but in order to furthermore explore the site that we or it matters to us as a SWCC, the salinity side, the pH side, and the organic matter side, we needed to test those imagery and challenge them to give us more data that would help us or benefit us in that site. So later on, we would take all of these data, learn or give some kind of algorithm or modeling to the machine So later on, it would propose the best location if we are targeting a certain salinity, or if we're targeting a certain depth, if we want a shallow water, if we want a deep water plant. So later on, we would give those models to that software. And we did launch that software internally within SWIC for I think we did that on February in Leap on the 24th of February, or I think it was March, or I'm not quite sure, but we did launch it internally. And the first phase was to, first of all, everyone inside SWIC can see a certain location, can target salinity, a temperature, a pH, can know more about the location itself. More fun stuff. So the first one is the remote monitoring to the left. So this is something that we have done in the purification plant in Khaybar. Khaybar is around 300 kilometers outside of the city of Al-Madinah al-Munawwara. So you remember 2 years ago when we got the mandate of the small brackish RO plants all around the kingdom. So we've done a certain idea on to how to control those units remotely. That was the first phase. So we done a POC or small POC in Khaybar. We right now controlling the entire plant of Khaybar from the main plant or the main hub in Yambar. Right now we're looking to expand that project into the rest of the purification plant that we got. Right now we got 15 plants in the eastern province running. We're gonna choose a hub where we would control those small brackish unit. Then later on, we would insert more model and more algorithm. Then later on, it would give the experienced guys a hub where it controlled 15 or 20 small brackish plant. It would help them suggest or take action into those plants, because running 15 different plant or 20 different plant, it wouldn't be sufficient for one guy to do it. But later on, the machine would understand, would help that experienced guy or two guys later on how to take action, what kind of action that need to be taken. The next one is the predictive maintenance site. So this is something that probably, again, you would heard about it. So we've done more than 6 projects testing out different predictive maintenance, because you wouldn't believe the amount of developer or technology providers coming back to us with a predictive maintenance model. So they differ mechanically, they differ electrically. One of the predictive maintenance project that we have done, it would give us an insight on when the pump itself needed to be stopped, maintained, needed some kind of maintenance. We've done a test on a small pump, and the indication was quite smooth. So we stopped the pump for maintenance. Then later on, we started the pump again, and for a certain 15 minutes period, the entire figure or the entire parameter, operational parameter of the pump was not the same as it was running before it was shut down. And it gave an indication to the operator that something was abnormal. So we stopped the pump again, we smoothened the pump, we checked the pump, we ran the pump again, and it came back to the same figures and the same operational parameter. So this is how accurate the predictive maintenance right now currently that we have implemented, one of the pumps within the assets of SWCC we got. The final one, we got more than 12, but I've stuck to 6, and I wanted to stick to 6, so I wouldn't bore you. The final one was the 3D printing site. We have a small plant or a small lab, if you would like to say. We got the reverse engineering next to the 3D printing site. So we started manufacturing sensitive spare parts that we are utilizing in SWCC. Then later on, we discovered that some of these models or spare parts, if you'd like to say, have failure points. Some of them are using excessive amount of raw material. Then later on, we cooperated with our partners in how to study the raw material that is being used in the 3D printing, and what kind of failure point that we would have from time to time in different spare parts. And then later on, we would perfect the spare part that we are printing, and we would lessen the amount of raw material that we are using for that specific part. So that's it for the projects or the POCs, if you'd like to say. And this is, on the left side, this is the achievement that we have finally got as an artificial intelligence team. This is where we got right now currently. And on the right side, this is something that potentially that we see that we can accomplish. One of them is going to be a main target or main challenge to me, having more than 7 smart plants running. And when we say smart plant, that means all of the applications that we previously discussed and previously explored, we wanted to implement those in our major assets. This is something of hopefully we would do it before 2030, but this is the target that we are putting. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Engineer Abdullah, for such a wonderful presentation. As of for now, we are having Engineer Yongok Yu, as he is working as expert lead in Witira SWCC. He has majored in mechanical engineering and financial analysis and specialized in energy equations. He is keen to eager green and renewable technologies in desalination industry and trying to show practical and realistic way to decarbonize the desalination industry. Engineer Yu, please join us in here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hussein Bassi, for your kind introduction. And I'm really honored to be here to explain what we are doing in Witira and what we have achieved in Witira. My topic is about carbon capture technologies and their engagement in desalination plants. But before we start talking about this carbon dioxide and our initiatives, maybe we can touch a little bit of SWCC journey to reduce carbon footprint of desalination plants, and then we will move on to carbon capture, and we will move on to carbon utilization. Desalination as an industry in Saudi Arabia is really important and crucial industry because that is maybe that is the only way we can get fresh water, and that fresh water can be supplied to industries and to municipalities for our better lives. And in Saudi Arabia, particularly SWCC, nowadays we have enhanced our capability for the production up to 11.5 million cubic meters a day. But today I tried to focus on seawater desalination mostly because, I'd like to explain how it is important to see the technology domain transition from one to the other to contribute carbon reduction. So in 2022, SWCC has production capacity of 6.6 million cubic meters a day for seawater desalination, leaves approximately 18 million cubic tons of carbon dioxide every year. And in combination with power plants to supply thermal and electricity to desalination plants, CO2 emission is estimated more than 75 million tons in 2022, which is quite big. And when it comes for desalination technologies in the past, the idea is just simply evaporate seawater by using thermal energy, and then we just capture evaporated vapors and then condense it to get fresh water. And the thermal energy that we need to boil seawater, we get it from oil-fired simple cycle power plants. So in that case, we use thermal energy into electricity equivalent to about 12.7 kilowatt hour for every cubic meter of water. And the electricity we use about 4 kilowatt hour for every cubic meter of water and combined it to 6.7. In normal oil-fired power plant simple cycle, their carbon intensity in their electricity is about 0.76 kilograms of carbon dioxide for every kilowatt hour of electricity. So we can simply calculate how much carbon dioxide we leaves in the air to produce fresh water from these combinations. That is about 12.8. But when it comes to another technology domains, for example, seawater RO technologies, in combination with natural gas-fired combined cycle power plants, in this case, membrane technologies, they don't use thermal energy, so we only think about electrical energy. That is about 3.0 kilowatt hour for every cubic meter of water. So, and the natural gas-fired combined cycle power plant, their carbon intensity in the electricity is about 0.355 kilograms of carbon dioxide for every kilowatt hour of electricity. So, the carbon footprint of desalinated water from that configuration is only slightly more than 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide for every cubic meter of water produced. So, when we talk about carbon intensity in desalination industry, actually portfolio of desalination technology matters. So the more the thermal desalination technologies, the more the carbon footprint we have to leave in the atmosphere. So SWCC is gradually phasing out thermal desalination technologies and moving forward membrane technologies more. And SWCC is also pursuing further reduction of energy consumption in SWRO technologies. Like our colleagues mentioned just before, we have accomplished 2.27 kilowatt hour of electricity consumption for every cubic meter of water recently. So in energy transition period, actually the rule of thumb is reducing energy consumption in a certain industry. So this is what we do before we engage renewable technologies in our process. And this is what we do. And in the past, like I mentioned, the majority of desalination technology that we have adopted is thermal desalination technologies. More than 80% of desalinated water produced inside the kingdom was from thermal desalination technologies. And only about 20% was membrane-based technology. But in the year 2025, we are anticipating that we phase out most of thermal-based technologies, and the portion will be somewhere below, even below 20%, and the membrane technology will be more than 80%. So from the point of specific carbon dioxide emission for every cubic meter of water, it used to be way more than 9 kilograms of carbon dioxide, but we will soon reach 2.7. So the thing is that our production capacity has been increased more than 50%, but our entire carbon emission has been reduced by 50%. So that's the achievement that we have. And now we are going to talk about carbon capture. There are a variety of carbon capture technologies available in the market. The one, we call it point source carbon capture, that is carbon reduction efforts, and the other one is carbon capture, that is carbon removal effort. And in Saudi Arabia, there are a lot of chemical process so that pre-combustion technologies can be easily applied. That is relatively lower hanging fruit that can be materialized in the industries. But the thing is that post-combustion, mostly from the power plant, that is the difficult part. Still, this carbon capture technology is very capital intensive and energy intensive process. So very difficult to apply. So without utilization part, it is very difficult to be materialized. And that is where desalination plant can play a role in. And also, recently when we visited to Bay Area in the US, many people started talking about ocean alkalinity enhancement program. That is basically, throughout the industrial period, we are gradually making our ocean a little bit more acidic, so it has less capability to dissolve carbon dioxide in the air. But this program is basically enhancing alkalinity in the ocean, so make this ocean more capable to capture carbon dioxide, dissolve carbon dioxide from the air. And it needs to use a lot of seawater, and that is what we do in desalination industry. So we can say that we have capability to utilize desalination plants as a platform to apply this technology in the future. So first, carbon capture, like I mentioned, there are a lot of initiatives ongoing at the moment for the enhancement, ocean alkalinity enhancement program. And with a simple electrochemical process, we can make our brine from desalination plant become a little bit acidic, a little bit like base, alkaline enhanced, so that we can enhance ocean or brine to be discharged to the sea, get more alkaline, so that at the end of the day, this water can capable of capture carbon dioxide in the air. This is the whole idea. And also in our post-treatment system, that is basically alkalinity enhancement process. So we use carbon dioxide and we dissolve limestone in our product water, which is basically alkalinity enhancement. So this is what we are good at. So this can be applied in desalination plant. And carbon utilization, there are a variety of ways to utilize captured carbon dioxide from point source emitters. And what we are doing in Witira currently is carbon mineralization and carbon utilization in microalgae cultivations, and some more. This is one of the projects that we are running at the moment. In desalination process, we use carbon dioxide, basically, in the post-treatment system. And then in the past, we used to burn diesel or fossil fuel to generate carbon dioxide, and we capture them and we used it in our process. But SWCC, we also have several power plants. So our idea is that why don't we just simply capture carbon dioxide from the power plant, and then we distribute this captured carbon dioxide to desalination plants that can be used in the post-treatment system. So we did run some economic assessment, and then the result is that with the 200 tons per day carbon dioxide capture capacity, the annual savings could be more than 23 million Saudi riyal. And the carbon dioxide captured from the power plant, that can be also utilized in microalgae cultivation farms. In this microalgae cultivation farm, we use our waste stream from seawater desalination plant, brine, and then with carbon dioxide, we can grow microalgae, and those microalgae can be monetized in pharmaceutical, animal feedstock, and other, we can create some other revenue streams to add value in desalination plants. And there is another carbon mineralization project in combination with seawater brine and captured carbon dioxide, and some our target is to utilize cement kiln dust from cement industry, which contains a lot of calcium oxide and calcium-based substances. So with this, we can produce vaterite type calcium carbonate. Unlike the other ordinary calcium carbonate materials, it has potential to be utilized to be used in pharmaceutical and cosmetic industries. So this is one way we can also generate some revenue streams from our waste streams. So in conclusion, applications. SWCC drives energy reduction initiatives in desalination industry by shifting technical domains and contribute to carbon dioxide reduction in the industry. And carbon capture technology is still capital intensive, but adding utilization part in post-treatment system in desalination process, it can add value to the industry. And desalination plant can be a platform to apply various enhanced ocean alkalinity technologies, and carbon dioxide reduction credit can monetize water production cost. And captured CO2 can be utilized to grow microalgae together with desalination waste stream and create added value by monetizing microalgae. And captured CO2 can be utilized to produce high-value vaterite-type calcium carbonate together with cement kiln dust and desalination waste stream. So this is how we try to reduce our carbon emission in desalination industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Yu. And last but not least, we have Dr. Faisal Al-Asaimi. Dr. Faisal Al-Asaimi is the Director of Innovation Department at SWCC. He obtained his PhD in nanotechnology from Adelaide University in Australia and has more than 10 years of experience in the field of innovation and advanced materials technology. Dr. Faisal, please join us in here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. Thank you, Dr. Hussein. I would like also to thank the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture for organizing this forum where we can discuss the latest innovation technology as well as important topic in the water sector. So I have been told I have only 10 minutes to do my presentation. So I choose to really talk about the Saudi Water Innovation Center. So basically, for those who don't know, Saudi Water Innovation Center was established 4 or 5 years ago in collaboration between Munshaat and SWIC. The aim of this center actually to enable entrepreneur as well as innovative project to enter the Saudi market. So basically, our goals is to improve the labor market by creating specialized company and jobs. Second, we would like to increase the local content, the percentage of local content from companies in the field of water technology. Finally, also we'd like, of course, support entrepreneur and innovative project and enable them to enter the Saudi market by giving them the support needed from our center. So in the last 4 years, or maybe last 2 years, we have some achievement. I would like to mention some. Well, we have 27 innovative projects, 5 of which managed to enter the Saudi market. We have published report and challenges as well as opportunity in the water market, and you can reach to this report through our website, swic.sa. So as well, we have established a training course camps as well as we prepared 2 hackathons in the water sector. So the economy value for our incubation program last year was about 585 million riyals. And again, 5 of which they managed to enter the Saudi market. 9 of them managed to move from the early stage, the idea stage, to the stage of what we called in our program building the business model. And that should be done after the piloting test. So this is really 2, I believe, success story that worth to share. First of all, first one is Solid Company. Solid Company, his idea, this is a really fully automated a public restroom. His aim really to save the water usage, easy to monitor and to manage. Saad Al-Ahmari managed to really secure fund from SWIC to build 2 units in desalination park, as well as from Asir, Emirate of Asir, to build several units in their public park. The second one, Iman Al-Yusuf. Iman, her idea is really recycling used and expired membrane. She spent more than, I think, 9 months in our research, SWIC research arm, Watira, to demonstrate her idea, where we really helped her to build her prototype, to do as well the piloting test. After that, she managed from this result to secure fund through Aramco to build her own factory. So from last year, what we call it the first edition, we learned from our mistake as well from our experience. So in this second edition, this year, we come up with a dual design, where we focus on the idea that's ready to enter the market. So the idea, which is already being demonstrated, the piloting test has been done. Taken into account, we design a specialized program through our strategic partners in the research field, where they can help the idea in the early stage to build their prototype, also to do the technical feasibility as well as financial feasibility. So what happens when you get accepted in our incubation program? We'll provide you some of our services. Well, it depends really on the innovative project itself. We will study it, and then we will really design a program that suits each project. But basically, we'll give you through this program a training course, workshops, as well as we will introduce the incubator company to one of our investment solutions, as well as our partner in the public and private sector. So this is really my talk about Saudi Water Innovation Center. However, I would like to mention now we have a global prize innovation designation. It's worth about $10 million. It's open for registration now, and you can share your idea. This is the second year. Last year we had 105 innovative projects, 7 of which won the prize from, I think, more than 20 countries. Our aim this year to target 250 innovative projects, and the announcement will be in October at Ritz-Carlton in Jeddah this year, inshallah. And here also the Saudi Center barcode for registration. It's open as well to share your idea. Thank you very much.
Is the mic working? Now it seems like my microphone is working. Thank you very much, Dr. Faisal, for your such a wonderful presentation. As we now are going to go through the question and answers sessions, so I don't know, you made it really hard, for me to ask you questions because it seems like you covered a lot during your presentation, but I will do my best. So I will be starting, in the order that we have here, Dr. Shane Snyder, right? The thing is that you mentioned a lot about Singapore and how they gained their independence. Now, we want to learn more about, the water desalination of the ocean. Do you think that would be something that they can rely on, or what do you have on that, if you can enrich us with more information about this topic, please?
Okay, so thank you for the question, and especially when we're looking at the net energy systems that we're beginning to work on, similar goals of less than 2.3 or even less than 2 kilowatt hours per cubic meter. I think that the idea of the pre-treatment aspect is one of the most important. We've maximized our membranes to the point where the gains are incremental. And so that's why we were focusing on things like the ceramic membranes or hollow fiber NF to replace dissolved air flotation and UF in the front end to see the gains in longer lifespan, less membrane fouling, and even new technologies to recycle the RO membrane. So I think in the long term, it is quite sustainable, even though you know, it's not as focused on membrane tech, but more about this ozone, ceramic membranes, and alternative ways of thinking.
Right. That's really interesting. Now, in terms of what you're mentioning about the nanofiltration and all of these things, it seems like I'm going to jump to Dr. Faisal here regarding the new technologies. And many people have a lot of ideas, and usually they approach us at SWCC to see how exactly we can support them in terms of the innovation, entrepreneurship. I know that you presented a couple of slides showing some sort of incubations programs and acceleration programs and so on. How can we support those from the outside of the organization?
Sure. I think the SWIC interest in the entrepreneur as well as the innovative idea is great, and that's why it's create supporting channels that can support those entrepreneur and innovative projects. One of them, as I mentioned, is SWIC. And the good about SWIC this year, this edition, we were focused only on the local idea. This year, we accepting the idea from all over the world. The second, I think, channel is as I said before, the global prize of innovation in desalination. And why it's very important really to apply your idea through this prize. Well, you will get two really prizes. First, you will get cash. Everyone loves cash. The second thing, what we will get is really a voucher, a piloting voucher, where you can utilize it to demonstrate and build your prototype as well piloting test. And maybe the third channel as well, it's really open all the time. It's where we can access to the SWIC website. You will find an icon, Innovate with Me. You can share your idea. There is a committee where they going to evaluate your idea, as well will give the idea the support needed to be activated and adopted within our system.
Nice. Seems like you prepare it all the way to the end, and this is really beautiful. And that brought a question to Engineer Ahmed about some of those innovative ideas. This is something that everybody is talking about, and I'm pretty sure you have an answer for it, Engineer Ahmed. Do you think that as a renewable energy or clean energy expert, that we can go with this innovative idea, says that desalination can go 100% clean?
Okay, so the answer is yes, actually, but the right question is it competitive price? It can be in the competitive price or not, comparable with the traditional one. So I think yes, we can go for the 100%, but that's what we are working on, to go with the competitive price to the traditional desalination.
Right. Maybe there's another part of this answer when we say clean that brings Engineer Yu, on the surface by talking about the decarbonization. So when we always say clean energy, it comes to our mind that it's going to be totally decarbonized. But do you think that with going with the clean energy, as Engineer Ahmed mentioned, that we can have an easy decarbonization process for the desalination industry, or what do you have in mind about that?
Well, decarbonizing a certain industry is a very challenging process. So that is why the rule of thumb must be reducing energy consumption in any certain industry. Right. And also, decarbonizing a certain industry with renewable energy source, it might be quite challenging because, like my colleague, Engineer Ahmed Al-Ghamdi mentioned, making it very competitive, compared to like already existing national grid electricity is very, very challenging. So that is why nowadays, one of the most, popular terminology is green inflation. So how much cost inflation we can endure to make any industry decarbonized? That is actually one key question. And the another way is that, there are some other alternative ways to decarbonize industry. When it comes for carbon neutrality point of view, there are several other energy sources that we can apply. For example, like SMR, nuclear. Maybe some of you doesn't like nuclear technologies, but realistically, nuclear energy could play a crucial role in decarbonizing industries after all. So holistic approach, that's what we like to say, holistic approach, not only for PV, but not only for wind, the hybridization, combination of battery system, and some other renewable energy sources, and some other carbon neutral energy sources, that should all, they all should play a role in this decarbonizing and, energy transition era.
Right, right. The way you gentlemen presented the information seems like we are dealing with massive amount of data. And whenever it comes to data, our friend here, Engineer Abdullah, well, it's kind of like brings an alert to him like, hey, data, it's my area, so we have to process it and deal with it. Going all the way from the presentation that presented by Professor Shane to Engineer you, all the way with all those gentlemen, we are dealing with a lot of data, and those kind of data need to be processed in the industrial, in the desalination industry as well. And you've presented 6 beautiful projects. Now, how far you think we can go with that massive amount of data utilizing artificial intelligence, Engineer Abdullah?
So it's not just the gentleman's data, it's 50 years of data within SWIC. So SWIC is turning 50 years old this year. So this amount of an abundance of data, it's crucial and important how to utilize them, how to assist them, how to applicate them in the best way possible to venture through our career in the artificial intelligence or the journey of artificial intelligence itself. So the sky's the limit for the current time when you think so. We have put our own targets, we have put our own KPIs towards this 2030. So we went with the vision. So we put a couple of KPIs, we put a couple of targets, and we have seen how some people are assessing the current artificial intelligence application as immature. Some of them say they are mature enough, but we would say that we're going to put the KPI, we're going to put the target, we have the data, and we will have to assist currently day by day for each application that we are targeting.
True, true. You and I are working on a set of artificial intelligence projects, and
that's a secret one.
and we are struggling a little bit to add more data. But the thing is that eventually we will come to the point where the rest of the gentlemen are talking about, which is the cost. And whenever we say cost, here this gentleman right next to me, he's the one who's going to advocate for cost. It's the zero cost thing. This is, everybody is talking like, is there anything called zero cost water? Like, is it real, or are we, we're imagining something, and this is something that we wish for?
I think it's very subjective. When we talk about the cost, it depends on where we are looking at. For a producing company, us, zero cost is not going to happen because we have capital investment, we have operational costs. So the producing that water costs money. And if it costs money, it has to be, some sort of feedback and, back that money from the customer. But if you consider as a society, if you consider as a community in the kingdom or even in the Middle East region, when you have more benefits than the cost itself, and we have this equation, value or benefit minus the cost, and what it becomes, I think it becomes much more beneficial. I think our focus will be how we can increase the benefit-cost ratio instead of looking at a very single point of view. This is the cost, we cannot make it zero.
Right.
We have the benefits, we have to make benefits more than the cost, and then we can achieve zero cost, even negative cost.
Fair enough, and I would love, to see that coming in the near future, because all the topics, all the answers are related to each other in a very great way. I wish we could continue more with our questions, because I've had
plenty of questions to ask you, gentlemen. I'm glad that we have such as expertise like you to share your presentation and to share your thoughts and to answer our questions. And of course, I would love to ask the Saudi Water Forum for having such a wonderful gathering and give us the opportunity to share what do you gentlemen have in terms of achievements, in terms of your vision. And I'm pretty sure during the next couple of very short terms and years, we will see everything you mentioned right in the field. Thank you all. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, for staying here with us and supporting us. And that's it for our session. Thank you very much. It seems like here we have something to talk about. استنى دكتور فيصل.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور حسين باصي على رئاسة الجلسة الأولى من منتدى المياه السعودي. وللسادة المتحدثين ندعو الدكتور سعود المرشد رئيس اللجنة العلمية لتكريم السادة المتحدثين. والبداية رئيس الجلسة الدكتور حسين باصي. البروفيسور شين سنايدر. دكتور سارب سرير.
دكتور شين. There will be a picture for all of us.
دكتور فيصل العصيمي. المهندس أحمد الغامدي. يونغ وو كيو. المهندس عبد الله الجابري.
صورة جماعية. صورة جماعية.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور سعود المرشد رئيس اللجنة العلمية. الآن صورة جماعية للسادة المتحدثين ورئيس الجلسة ورئيس اللجنة العلمية. السادة والسيدات، الآن استراحة قصيرة لمدة 5 دقائق ثم نعود لاستكمال جدول أعمال وجلسات منتدى المياه السعودي في يومنا الثاني. السادة والسيدات، أهلا بكم من جديد في جدول أعمال اليوم الثاني من منتدى المياه السعودي، مباشرة إلى عرض بعنوان خطة سلامة المياه، يقدمه باسم الغامدي، عالم بيئي مساعد في قسم حماية البيئة بأرامكو السعودية. تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Basim Al-Ghamdi and I'm honored to be here today representing Aramco. Water is the foundation of life. It is essential for countless purposes. In Saudi Arabia, with our growing population and limited freshwater resources, ensuring access to clean water presents an exciting opportunity for innovation and progress. Today, I want to discuss a powerful tool that helps us in securing our water future: water safety plans. We are experiencing exciting growth in Saudi Arabia. Our population is booming and our economy is flourishing. This is fantastic news. However, with this growth comes an increased demand for water. We need more water for everything, from daily household use to running industrial facilities. Water which is considered scarce in Saudi Arabia and extremely valuable. And that is why it is critical to be incredibly smart and responsible of how we manage water resources. We need to ensure everyone has access to clean and safe water for their needs. We can't take the safety of our water for granted. And that is where water safety plans come in. Imagine a water safety plan as a detailed roadmap, protecting water every step of the way. The water safety plan considers the journey of water. It starts at the source, whether it's a well deep underground or a desalination plant, converting seawater. The plan then tracks water through treatment facilities, storage tanks, and distribution networks and pipes that deliver water to our homes and businesses. By identifying any potential hazards that could contaminate water in any of these steps, the water safety plan allows us to put safeguards in place, preventing those issues from occurring. The importance of a water safety plan lies in its significant impact on our health and on our most precious resource, water. First, it significantly reduces the risk of getting sick from drinking contaminated water, leading to healthier communities overall. Second, it ensures consistent water quality. You can be confident that the water is safe to drink and use, and this peace of mind is invaluable. Last but not least, water safety plans promote efficient water treatment, minimizing waste and ensuring that we have this vital resource for future generations. It's like getting the most out of every drop. The water safety plan isn't a one-time solution. It's an ongoing process with 5 key steps that work together to ensure water safety. The first step involves setting things up. We form a dedicated team of experts who understand water resources, treatment processes, and distribution networks. We also set clear goals and objectives for the water safety plan. Next comes a thorough assessment of the entire water system. We examine every step of the water's journey. This might include anything from pollution risks near the water source to potential leaks in the distribution pipes. Once we identify the potential risks, we put safeguards in place, keeping the water safe from the source to the consumer. Clear communication is also crucial. We develop communication plans so that everyone involved, from water treatment facility operators to consumers, have the information that they need. And this allows for prompt actions to be taken if any problems arise. Finally, the water safety plan is a living tool. It is regularly reviewed, learning from experience and making improvements to continuously enhance the effectiveness of the plan. Let's take a look at a case that could have been prevented or made unlikely by a water safety plan. the Flint water crisis. In 2014, the city of Flint, Michigan, made a decision to switch its water source from the Detroit water system to the Flint River. Unfortunately, the Flint River water was not properly treated for corrosion control. This resulted in lead contamination of the city's water supply, and thousands of residents were exposed to lead. In addition to long-term health effects, millions of dollars were spent to address the crisis and repair the water piping system. A water safety plan would have ensured that lead contamination is identified if the water source is switched. It would have ensured adequate treatment process for the new source, and that lead levels in water are monitored early on. As a last resort, emergency plans would have been established so that corrective actions are taken promptly. At Aramco, we take water stewardship very seriously. We understand the importance of this precious resource and are committed to using it responsibly. That is why we've implemented a comprehensive water safety plan for all our operations. We start by mapping the water supply. We identify the potential risks of the nearby agricultural activities and industrial facilities. And we take steps mitigating those risks to protect water starting from the source. We utilize the most advanced treatment processes in disinfection and filtration. We ensure that the water we produce meets the highest standards. We also implement robust monitoring systems. This allows us to detect and fix any leaks or any other problems as soon as possible. We use technologies like pressure sensors and online analyzers to constantly track water as it travels through the network. In addition, we prioritize open communication with all our customers. We believe that everyone has the right to know about the quality of their water. We have multiple channels for customers to raise concerns or ask questions. Aramco's water safety plan is a multi-layered approach, which protects water at every stage. Moving on, Saudi Arabia's water sector is constantly evolving to meet growing demand and address resource scarcity. New challenges are constantly emerging to effectively manage a diversified water production portfolio. This requires robust water safety plans tailored for each source and treatment process. On the other hand, exciting opportunities are on the horizon. We are always looking for new ways, for new technologies and patents to ensure a more sustainable water future for Saudi Arabia. In conclusion, water safety plans are a powerful tool in safeguarding and preserving water. At Aramco, we are committed to continuous improvement in water management. We are always looking for new ways to optimize our water safety plans and ensure the implementation of water management best practices. By working together across sectors, we can secure a sustainable water future for all of Saudi Arabia. This will ensure the well-being of our communities and the continued growth of our nation. Thank you.
مهندس باسم الغامدي أرامكو السعودية، شكرا جزيلا لك. مباشرة إلى الجلسة الثالثة ومحورها حول رفع كفاءة الأصول التشغيلية واستدامتها. يشارك في هذه الجلسة المهندس محمد الغامدي، المهندس يان نيزو، خفير دياز غوميز، دكتور سمير إيدير. يرأس الجلسة مهندس رايد الراشد، نائب رئيس التنفيذي للتخصيص بشركة المياه الوطنية. أدعوهم إلى منصة المنتدى لبداية الجلسة.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا. في هذه الحلقة بداية أنا بتحدث باللغة العربية then we are going to switch in English. بداية أرحب بالجميع. أنا رائد الراشد نائب الرئيس التنفيذي للتخصيص بشركة المياه الوطنية. في هذه الجلسة راح نركز على موضوع إدارة الأصول ومساهمتها المباشرة في السستينابيلتي ورفع الكفاءة التشغيلية. لا يخفى على الجميع أهمية إدارة الأصول وإطالة العمر الافتراضي أو الديزاين لايف لأي معدة أو أي جهاز تمتلكه أي منظمة بغض النظر عن طبيعة الأعمال التشغيلية التي تقوم بها ذات المؤسسة أو الشركة. اليوم في عملية إدارة الأصول الموضوع أصبح أبعد وأكبر من عملية محافظة على هذا الأصل فقط. أصبح أننا اليوم الشركات العالمية ووفق أفضل الممارسات العالمية تطلع إلى المحافظة على هذا الأصل وفق مراحل متعددة. طريقة مساهمة هذا الأصل في تقليل التكاليف التشغيلية، طريقة مساهمة هذا الأصل بزيادة عمره الافتراضي وتقليل الأيدي العاملة. لا شك أن جميع هذه العوامل لها مساهمة بشكل مباشر في أولاً تقليل التكاليف التشغيلية على هذه المنظمة أو الشركة. اثنين، لها مساهمة مباشرة في تحسين إيرادات الشركة أو المؤسسة أو المنظمة التي تملك هذه الأصول. تسجيل الأصول ومعرفتها مهم جداً في أي قوائم مالية في أي شركة لتصبح شركة تعمل وفق أفضل الممارسات من الناحية المالية والسستينابيلتي في موضوع ما يخص الفاينانشال ستيتمنت وإصدار قوائمها. هذا لا يمكن أن يتم إذا ما كان عندك إدارة أصول ناضجة جدا وكافية في المنظمة من ناحية تسجيل هذه الأصول ومعرفة عمرها الافتراضي والدبريشيشن لها ومدى تأثيرها على تكاليفك التشغيلية المباشرة وغير المباشرة. أبسلط الضوء بشكل سريع على شركة المياه الوطنية اليوم، وإحنا في هذا الحوار يعني لا نركز على شركة المياه الوطنية فقط، نركز على جميع على عملية إدارة الأصول بشكل عام. ولكن كوني جزء من الشركة فبعطي بعض رؤوس الأقلام. اليوم إحنا في شركة المياه الوطنية لدينا إدارة مختصة لإدارة الأصول على مستوى مدير عام، وفي هذه الجلسة الأخ محمد هو المدير العام وحرصنا على تواجده معنا، إضافة إلى أنه جزء من خطة شركة المياه الوطنية للخصخصة والاتجاه إلى عقود الامتياز. بلا شك لازم يكون عندنا خطوط أساس واضحة لجميع أعمالنا التشغيلية وتكاليفنا. لا نستطيع أن نشارك القطاع الخاص وننتقل إلى كونسيشن ناضج ويصبح عندنا كونسيشنير من شركات محلية وعالمية إذا ما كان عندنا نضج في جميع تكاليفنا وأيضاً لطريقة إدارتنا لأصولنا. اتجاه الشركة اليوم في طرحها وترسيتها لعقود الإدارة اللي اليوم احنا في منتصف الرحلة فيها تجهيزا لعقود الامتياز. جزء من عقود الإدارة اليوم عملية إدارة الأصول، عملية تسجيلها، عملية المحافظة على عمرها الافتراضي، عملية وضع البيس لاين الدقيق والواضح لها. ومعناها في هذه الجلسة أيضا الدكتور سمير مدير عام عقود الإدارة في شركة المياه الوطنية. I will switch in English. I was stating and focusing today about enhancing operation asset efficiency and sustainability. As you know, all professional and best company in the world, they need to have a clear asset management plan which contribute directly to the financial statement of the company and reducing the OPEX cost. Everybody can understand how asset management contribute directly to efficiency, daily efficiency of operation, and also the financial. A company to be established in a good way and be ready for IPO or to be listed company in the stock market need to have a clear asset management plan, which is not in terms of operation and maintenance or the design life. Also, the depreciation of the asset, the value of the asset when it's registered in the company. All these elements we will discuss today with my expert here in the panel. Before we start, I would like to highlight what NWC is having in asset management. Me as a vice president of privatization and to make NWC ready for privatization, and as we are in the middle journey of long term and middle journey of management contract to prepare for concession, part of our management contract now, which under execution, asset management, in terms of registration, in terms of asset value, in terms of cost of operation and maintenance, and how to minimize that. We understand clearly in NWC we cannot reach concession contract, which where NWC are heading to, until we have a clear asset management plan. Here I was keen to have a good expert, and I will start with Engineer Mohammed Al-Ghamdi, GM of Corporate Asset Management in NWC, who has an experience more than 17 years in asset management, who will going to talk about NWC journey in terms of asset. Then I'm going to have Mr. Ian, on-dim performance director in Fuelia, who has an experience more than 20 years focusing in operation and maintenance and efficiency, and how asset management is contributing to that. Also, I have here Mr. Khafer, GM of Aqualia in Saudi Arabia, who going to talk about global best practice in maintaining operation asset and sustainability. Also, I have here Dr. Samir, GM of privatization contract in NWC, who will talk about how management contract contribute to the asset management. أبدأ معك أخوي محمد وحياك الله. تعطينا بس إذا تحب عن تجربة شركة المياه الوطنية اليوم في إدارة الأصول، وكونك أنت المختص في هذا الجانب كمدير عام لإدارة الأصول في الشركة. تفضل.
طيب, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am glad to be here today with these distinguished guests. First of all, if you allow me please to highlight the NWC role in promoting the asset management. NWC is the company pledges to provide high quality water services across the kingdom to improve the life quality today and for the future. With more than 8,000 operational assets and more than approximately 300,000 assets, NWC is keen to manage efficient and effectiveness operations by capitalizing on the most important strategic pillars, which is having integrated fully clusters. In NWC, we divide our operation in 6 clusters. Each cluster contains different asset type and operational sites. NWC, alhamdulillah, started to implement the asset management by capitalizing on the asset management or corporate asset management department by improving the asset strategy and the asset plan. Finally, alhamdulillah, we produce our asset strategy framework, which contains several things or several categories. We start putting the asset policies, asset registers protocol and tools. We are focusing now in the asset life cycle or asset life delivery from the decision making of the investment all the way to the removable across the acquisition, operation, and removal of the assets. For the time being, the NWC tried to move from the traditional approach of the asset management, which is focusing in the services and removal of assets if it is failure, to the most new approach, which is customer focusing and improving of asset management methodologies. By doing this, احنا إن شاء الله we will promote our strategy and monitoring of the assets and implementing of the BM or proactive maintenance practices, ensure continuous review of asset health and assessment to ensure, inshallah, having the excellence in the operations. This is all, Mr. Chairman.
يعطيك العافية. يعطيك العافية مهندس محمد. اليوم أنا ودي توضح لي كيف مساهمة إدارة الأصول في تقليل التكاليف التشغيلية، وكيف نقدر نلامس أنه في حال حرصت الشركة وتوفقت في إدارة عملية الأصل بشكل واضح منذ شراء الأصل وحتى بداية العملية التشغيلية، كيف هذا يساهم بشكل مباشر في تقليل التكاليف التشغيلية؟
طيب, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really a very good question. Asset management department is focus and rely on the strategy. We put it in the department to have our policies and strategic plan implemented all the way on the life cycle delivery. The most important thing is we are capitalizing in this value, which is cost optimization. We put the strategy, we put the plan, we put the policies to balance between asset function or repair with reliability. Asset management department is focusing and try to control the assets or potential risk treated the assets to maintain the high level of availability and utilization. We already developed certain KPIs. We are continue following with the operation and maintenance department about how to enhance repairing or changing of assets by having most flexible asset strategy. By this, inshallah, we will ensure, inshallah, implement cost efficiency.
اليوم جزء من الأصول قد يكون أصول قديمة أو old asset. What is the strategy of the company to deal with old asset to increase the design life and keep the maintenance and produce the most from the equipment?
Mr. Chairman, for these questions, we are starting just now to plan. We have already the policy for this one. We have the strategy. We will implement the asset maintenance strategy that we developed. However, it will be going to us in the first column of the framework, which is the investment decision making. This will be a maturity assessment for the system. If we can change the strategy, if we can implement a new strategy for the maintenance, we will do to reduce the cost of the capital project, and inshallah maintain the healthy of the assets. That's it.
طيب إضافة للي ذكره المهندس محمد، جزء كبير اليوم من إدارة عملية الطوارئ في أعمال التشغيل والصيانة أنه يكون الأصول واضحة ومسجلة لدى الشركة بشكل واضح. كثير من عمليات الكرايسيس اللي تحدث اليوم ويصعب التحكم فيها بسبب أنه اليوم الأصول غير معلومة للمشغل بشكل جيد وبشكل واضح، فلا يكون هناك طريقة تصرف سريعة أو إدارة للعملية بشكل مباشر، مما يتطلب الرجوع للخبراء أو الشركات المصنعة، فتكون الأزمة تفاقمت أكثر ودخلت في اتجاه قد يضر بالعملية التشغيلية. هذا أيضا نحرص عليه احنا في شركة المياه الوطنية، كوننا يعني عندنا إدارة خاصة بإدارة الأزمة والكوارث والتي تتداخل مع العملية التشغيلية ومع عملية إدارة الأصول من قبل أو من بدء مؤشرات الأزمة، بحيث أننا نتفادى وقوف أي عملية تشغيلية. لا يخفى على الجميع مصادر الخدمات، وكوننا اليوم في منتدى مياه، الماء عصب الحياة، فلا تستطيع أنك تقف ضخ مياه لساعات معينة، إضافة إلى أنه هناك بعض المباني مثل المستشفيات وغيرها اللي لا تستطيع أن تقف لا الماء ولا الكهرباء عنها. فمن الضروري أنك كجزء من إدارة وتقليل الخطر أنك تدير عملية الأصل بشكل واضح، يكون واضح للمشغل أو المالك للأصل ما هي آلية الباك أب أو العملية الخطة البديلة للتعامل مع هذا الأصل في حالة حدوث عملية الفيلير، وش الباك أب بلان أو الخطة البديلة لها. في هذا الجانب احنا I will switch to Mr. Ian O&M Performance Director with Fuelia, and as all of us know, Fuelia is one of the global company in water, where they operating water and wastewater over all the world. So Mr. Ian, can you illustrate more what is the best practice in improving operation asset efficiency, and how does this contribute to daily operation and also the asset life and etc.?
Thank you, Mr. the Chairman. Operation asset efficiency is at the heart of Veolia operations. It is part of our decision-making process, asking us every time how to maximize the use of our assets, how to improve their capacity, how to extend their lifetime, how to maximize our revenue, achieve a higher level of service, improving customer satisfaction, reducing our impact on the environment, including our carbon footprint, and minimizing industrial and environmental risk. So let's travel together and visit some best Veolia practice. As a first travel, we will be heading to Ajman in the United Arab Emirates. Ajman is the capital of the Emirates of Ajman. Veolia operates through a concession model, the wastewater collection and treatment services. In Ajman, Veolia and its partner developed the wastewater service from an embryonic system mainly based on tanker service. Today, we offer a full integrated wastewater service to more than 500,000 inhabitants. The city of Ajman is growing fast. After a period of recovery and rehabilitation of the wastewater service, we were soon faced with the problem of treatment process capacity. Our strategy was to optimize the existing assets, avoiding any costly civil engineering works as a classic expansion phase. Our first step was to optimize the inflow of wastewater, keeping it as constant as possible. Our aim was to transform the plant maximum inlet flow into a nominal flow. To achieve this, our strategy was to keep the inlet flow as constant as possible. How we did it? We used the network collection system as a buffer, as a reservoir. We managed to fill it greater or lesser extent thanks to appropriate monitoring of network flow and optimization of lifting station operating time. The second phase involved working on the nominal capacity of the plant itself, identifying any bottleneck in the process. After reviewing the plant, we found that capacity could be improved by 50% if we could optimize the biological process. That was the bottleneck of the plant. This could be done without any civil engineering work. We just introduced a new technology called Indance, which requires a minimum amount of investment. Thanks to this redesign, the plant capacity has increased from 40 million liters per day to 58 million per day. The value of asset management increased over time, and as an operator, we took a lot of approach to asset management to the issue of hand. In the first instance, we take ownership of the asset and address post-EPC issues. such as snag list closure and work in accordance with the O&M routine maintenance requirements. Then, in the second phase, we optimize maintenance according to Veolia practice, Veolia standards, using reliability center maintenance, shifting from systematic to an ad hoc maintenance according to the criticality of each piece of equipment. Finally, when the time comes to renew the edge asset, either maintenance cost or asset performance may suffer as a result of the cost reduction, which is when a detailed approach can make the difference in accommodating both. For Veolia, the Ajman experience is one of the best practices in which assets have been greatly improved thanks to a synergy between the operation teams of the network and the plant teams through small capital investment that increase significantly the asset capacity and thanks to the implementation of the Veolia maintenance standards. As a second journey, I will take you to Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. Veolia began to operating the Sofia concession in the years 2000. The concession contract covers water and wastewater services. Sofia wastewater network is 1,800 long. It is a combined sewage and stormwater network. Some of the pipe were in use were very old. The oldest have been installed in the year 1898. The main roadmap to improve the operational asset was to collect and gather strategic data on the sewage network. A comprehensive asset condition was carried out, including CCTV and coding campaign, a network survey, and a network material analysis. All this collected data, reviewed, corrected, was integrated in a GIS as part of a focused decision-making tool. We carry out a hydraulic modeling study of the sewer network. It was essential to back up any investment decision based on simulation and result agreed with the engineer and the operations. Based on this information and study, we carry out 100 kilometers of critical improvement work on the sewer network to improve storm management, adapting the sewer network capacity to absorb key events that had an impact on repetitive flooding. Once again, we focus on improving asset efficiency by identifying bottlenecks on the network and deploying the right solution to eliminate them. In addition to this targeted investment, the sewer network was equipped with a number of sensors, including range gauge, level meter, and quality sensor on the network at the critical points. To manage this information, we deploy a Veolia smart solution called Upgrade. This control center enables the sanitation team to enter into a dynamic network operation based on real-time network information. Those combined adaptations performed on the Sofia sewage network allow to reduce by 75% the number of critical flooding events that the city and their citizens were suffering. As a last best practice from Veolia, we will come back to the region and we will go to AS Samra in Jordan. In 2003, a BOT agreement was signed between the Jordanian government and Veolia. The aim is to build and operate a wastewater treatment plant for the Amman region. In 2015, the second phase and the last phase of the plant was performed, and the plant capacity grew to 3.5 million inhabitants. With 92% energy self-sufficiency based on renewable resources, high TSC qualities that allow 100% of treated volume to be reused, AS Amra was on the Veolia major asset. Even with 20 years old, AS Amra is still considered today one of the best reference in operation and maintenance within the Veolia group. Why? Sorry. Thanks to an initial design that allows energy to be generated by a hydraulic turbine at the entrance and at the exit of the plant, 4 megawatts of electricity are yearly produced, representing 27% of the plant total energy consumption. Additional 10 biogas generators have been installed that had 10 megawatts of electricity production that represents 65% of the total requirement of the plant. As part of asset optimization, Veolia continued to improve the process, in particularly the aeration phase, as you know, one of the most energy intensive process. We automate thanks to the use of real-time algorithms that precisely determine the oxygen required. The aerators are controlled automatically, reducing the plant total energy consumption by 7%. The improvement never stops. So the team deploy heat recovery from the generator exhaust gas. The heat is used to the digester phase and allow a reduction of 4% of the consumption of energy. The AS Amra team is still looking to optimize the plant land surface with focusing a new project and install solar panel that will in the future produce almost 2% of the plant energy consumption. It is important to note that AS Amra example, this improvement in asset efficiency could not be achieved and maintained through the year solely by adding capital expenditure and innovation. It's very important to understand that the efficiency could only be reached if the team was able to maintain the plant in exceptional conditions thanks to a well-optimized and implemented maintenance plan. To conclude, I will say 3 words: anticipation, data value, and action. Anticipation, historical data is determinant to define the right solution and take the best decision for your water or wastewater system. Rationalize, asset criticality is changing, value-based selection is less intuitive and is key to modelize our analysis. Adaptation, technical solution and business model are not giving a complete answer to face the change, in particular climate change. It's important to make action as a daily improvement and daily culture of the team. I thank you.
Thank you, Jan. You mentioned a good example where you increase capacity by 50%. I think the example of that. So can you illustrate more about this? This was reached by how? Technically in the site.
Technically, so we were facing that it was difficult to extend the sewage plant. What we noticed is that the inlet flow of the plant was not continuous. It's usually like this in all the sewage waste treatment plants. So we found a way to maintain a constant load at the inlet of the plant. And we target to make the inlet flow as a maximum capacity, as a constant value. To do this, we manage the flow by switching the passive wastewater network to a dynamic wastewater network. What I want to mean is with right sensor placed in the right position of the network, reviewing the lifting operation, we, based on the flow, we keep the sewage inside the wastewater network, or we release it quickly to maintain the inlet flow of the plant. That was a very key phase to improve the global capacity of the plant.
Good. Can you give us an example how technology is contributing to asset management in Fuelia? Do you have a specific monitoring system to manage all asset in certain region or on a certain company or even over the all?
Yes, of course, Veolia, through its long year of operation, have developed many tools and have developed some key standard in maintenance of operation. So yes, we have an integrated solution that we call Upgrade in Veolia that start of a very key base that is have a good asset knowledge based on the first complete registration and detailed asset, complete and detailed analysis of the criticality of the asset, and now with the technology gathering as much data on real time to have the real situation of each asset. All of this gather in analytic tool to help the operator, but also the investment team to operate in the more efficient way the assets.
Thank you. أيضا جزء من عملية إدارة الأصول بشكل جيد أنه اليوم يكون عند المنظمة أو الشركة تحديد لمدى الحراجة لكل أصل. فالكريتيكاليتي في عملية إدارة الأصل مهمة بحيث أنه تصنف الشركة أو المنظمة أو المشغل أو من يقوم بعملية إدارة هذا الأصل تصنيف الحراجة. اليوم جزء كبير من الشركات المتقدمة في هذا المجال يكون هذا مصنف على أنظمتها ومربوط ببعض الأنظمة مثل الإسكادة التشغيلية أو كذا، بحيث أنه يوضح للمشغل اليومي ومن يتابع عملية التشغيل والصيانة أنه هذا الأصل مستوى الحراجة فيه عالي. فمثلا إذا كان التصنيف من 1 إلى 5، الأصل هذا مستوى الحراجة فيه 5، معناته أنه سهل على المشغل سواء المشغل الجديد أو حتى المشغل المستمر أنه آلية إدارة هذا الأصل ومحافظته على جميع أنواع الصيانة. أنا بعرج على الجزئية هذه مع مستر خافير أكواليا General Manager in Saudi Arabia to illustrate more about global best practice in operation and maintenance and sustainability. I would like you to go further on this, and also can you focus on how Aqualia overall in the world define the criticality of the system, of the equipment, how this contribute to make operation more efficient, reduce the risk or failure of any plant, either water plant or wastewater or any type of system, maybe gas or whatever. So it's your floor to start. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, thanks to give the opportunity. Once again, I am here for, I don't know if it's the 10th edition for me, but I'm here for more than 10 years. Always happy to be in the Saudi Water Forum and to be active in Saudi Arabia. As many of you may know, we are in Saudi Arabia leading the 2 clusters, North and South, for National Water Company. And I will not enter in details about it, and I will not enter in very deep technical details about Aqualia, how processing the assets, but I want to highlight the criticality and how important it is to have a correct asset management. And starting from the point of view of the assessment of the assets, which is, for me and for Aqualia, one of the spines that need to have any operator. Let's take consideration that as an operator, and as many of you here present, you will hand over and you will have as an heritage a facility that maybe you were not even in the design, not even in the construction phase, so you will hand over a new facility that has been recently built or has been under construction recently. Then is when the asset assessment is very important. And we can enter in many points of analysis of this assessment, but for me, there are 3 or 4 big ones, apart from the pure technical or material condition or performance, that are critical, especially in this new era we are now, where climate change, social impact, and high cost of energy is impacting directly the business of the companies. So if we take, for example, the environmental aspect, now recently is the trend and it's a reality of the as much lower emissions and lesser energy consumption. For this, we need to have in the proper assessment of the assets, which is the lifespan of this asset, but also to decide if you will integrate in your capital replacement, if this asset is going to be running for 10 more years, but if you detect that in 5 years, because you need to have the analysis of the context where you have your business, the energy is going to go double price, you should immediately take this in consideration. And instead of giving the 10 years, you should maybe replace this asset earlier. At the end, it's a question of money and of balance. Take in consideration environmental aspects. There are many places where the boundaries of our game, let's consider that the operator is in a football field, so we have the boundaries. Those boundaries are getting narrower. Now we have the environmental impact, where legislation is changing almost, I would not say daily, but monthly. There is a lot of changes. The companies, the operators need to get adapted to that. And need to be always in a proactive way, not in a reactive way, because it will also impact directly in your business operations. Places where the sludge disposal were not a must, now in some places we see that sludge is a must. Then all your assets need to be according to this legislation, as well as the noise. You can be compliant with the noise in one place, with your DGs in standby, but if you have close to it a neighborhood, and even if you are into the limits of the noise in the legislation, you need to take account also what's around your plant, what's around your facility, because you will have an impact on that. So it can happen that the neighborhood will raise a complaint and your plant will be shut down because the social pressure. So you need to take consideration of all these things in your matrix. That's why I'm saying that now the rules of our operation are getting narrower, and we have very small place to be able to move. So we need to define this in advance. So that's why it's so important for us, the asset assessment, to have a good capital projects plan, to be able to produce the funds to replace assets. Earlier, I said, we don't need to wait to the end of the life cycle. Sometimes we do a big mistake doing that. It's better to replace it on the earlier and to have after a smoother operation. Also, I would like to highlight how important is the asset assessment into the O&M plan. It's all linked. There is no, there is an old trend that assets is just somebody putting tags in the elements and to have a list in an Excel. No, this is finished. Now, the asset management is the spine of the operation, and everything is linked. You cannot separate the O&M philosophy from the asset management, because you need to operate based on what you have. And if you want to change your operation, sometimes you need to wait to have the right capital investment plan to replace the asset, to change your philosophy of operation. Okay, that's why we need to consider all this integrated and never mislead the asset management.
Thank you, Javier. In addition to this, how can we reduce the capital invest in the current asset, either new asset or old asset, by having a clear asset plan? For example, some company who's owned an asset that wasn't registered or wasn't unknown register. What do you think, how this company can keep operation running, meanwhile starting to have good asset management plan to reduce the capital invest? So can you give us some example of this?
Well, I believe that the big tool that we have nowadays, and is really a tool and a must, is the digitalization. To use the tools, to put the correct instrument in the right place, to be able to monitor, and not to be based in trends or past lectures. I believe that now we can have real data on time, which implies very small investment, and that will help to take decision on the spot and to be able to, maybe we cannot replace this equipment because it's in bad shape. Doing small fine-tune, we can extend for 1 to 2 years, then to be able, in the year 1 or year 2, to replace it or to refurbish it, but taking real data when the operator is taking the facilities.
طيب جميل. في هذا الجانب أنا بعطي مثال. اليوم شركة المياه الوطنية اشتغلت عليه كجزء من التحول الاستراتيجي للشركة في عملية إدارة الأصول. جزء كبير من عقود شركة المياه الوطنية في وقت سابق أو لا زال كانت تطرح لعقود قصيرة أو العقود الاعتيادية في السوق اليوم لمدة 3 إلى 5 سنوات. اليوم عشان نتوجه باتجاه صحيح لتقليل تكاليفنا التشغيلية لا نستطيع أننا نتعرف على مشغل كل 2 إلى 3. الطريقة هذه هي مزعجة للأصل نفسه ومزعجة للعملية التشغيلية، إضافة إلى أنك لا تستطيع بناء شراكة استراتيجية مع هذا المشغل بحكم أن الفترة قصيرة، ولا تسمح للمشغل أيضا أنه يضخ استثمارات. بشكل طبيعي أي استثمارات اليوم يبغى يضخها مشغل أو مطور يرغب أنه يكون فيها باي باك له، ومن الطبيعي أنها عادة تتجاوز 2 و3 بحكم الكابيتال انفست اللي يضخها. اليوم الشركة توجهت إلى عقود تشغيل وصيانة طويلة أجل، وهذا معروف في السوق وفي الأسواق العالمية. بدينا في علاقة تمتد إلى 10 سنوات في محطاتنا في مكة وجدة، وبعد كذا انتقلنا في عقودنا من بعدها إلى علاقة تمتد إلى 15 سنة. اتجاه الشركة لهذا حتى احنا نسمي اليوم من يعمل أو من يشغل بارتنر أكثر من أنه اليوم مقاول، لأنه في الحقيقة هو من مفترض أن يملك الأصل ومن مفترض أن يداري عليه. العقود هذه على أساس نحافظ على أصولنا ونربطها بعملية إدارة أصول جيدة أتاحت اليوم لهالمشغل أو المطور أنه يضخ استثمارات رأسمالية، لأنه يعي اليوم هذا المشغل أنه قدر ما يدفع للمحافظة على الأصل قد ما أنه راح تقلل عليه التكاليف التشغيلية. رغم أننا في لا نلزم المشغل أو المطور بقدر معين من الأموال اللي تضخ في عملية إدارة الأصل أو الأعمال الريهابيتيشن، ولكن كون العلاقة راح تمتد إلى سنوات طويلة فبالتأكيد أن المشغل راح يحرص على المحافظة على هذا الأصل وإدارته. مثل ما ذكر يمكن المهندس إيان من فيوليا، وفي قناعتهم في شركة فيوليا أنهم لا يستطيعون أنهم يفصلون اليوم إدارة التشغيل عن إدارة الأصول. بإمكانك أنك تفصل إدارة الأصول كتنظيمية في داخل الشركة أو المنظمة، ولكن لا تستطيع أنك تقول راح أقوم بعملية تشغيلية متناغمة وعملية صيانة متناغمة بفصلها عن كيف الأصل وعمر الأصل من يبدأ إلى ينتهي. جزء كبير اليوم من الخسائر أو بعض الشركات المبتدئة في عملية التشغيل والصيانة أنه ما في محافظة على الأصل بالشكل الصحيح. أيضا التقنية ومحافظتها، وهذا المثال اللي ضربه إيان قبل شوي، أنه أنظمة تقنية المعلومات ومساهمتها في عملية تسجيل الأصول وإبقاء إدارتها إما مركزية أو متنقلة على مستوى العمليات التشغيلية. بنتقل في الجانب هذا إلى الدكتور سمير، وهو خبير في عقود الإدارة، اشتغل خارج المملكة وداخل المملكة. ودي أنك تعطينا دكتور سمير عن كيف ترى مساهمة عقود الإدارة سواء خارج المملكة في عقود سابقة عملت فيها أو عقود داخل المملكة في إدارة الأصول وتجهيزها لعقود الامتياز، وإذا تقدر تعطينا أمثلة صارت خارج المملكة، أمثلة عالمية نجحت اليوم في السوق العالمية لعقود إدارة بدأت ونجحت بعقود امتياز في السوق ومدى تداخلها مع إدارة الأصول.
طيب. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Asset management is one important pillar, part of the management contract, also part of the concession. I mean, as you know today, NWC has awarded 6 management contracts and today under implementation across all the kingdom. And asset management is part of the scope of the management contractor of our partner management contractor. I mean, if we take the asset management will lead to performance improvement and will lead to customer satisfaction. This is important. Our final and ultimate goal is to reach the customer satisfaction. In asset management, if we put asset management in the center, as my colleagues just said before, we have to link the asset management to different points. First, operational maintenance, capital maintenance project, systems, supply chain, general services, and even organization. I mean, if we go one by one, we need to explain, we need to ask our partners to develop those items in the management contract, and those are the contractual requirements. If we take the operation and maintenance, the operational maintenance, we include some requirements like how to improve the operation, because improving the operation will lead to improve the asset performance. How? Developing the standard operating procedures, operating manuals, introducing new technology for in the operational maintenance, daily operational maintenance, like smart operation, for example, smart technologies, smart operation, etc. And if we improve this part of the operational maintenance, of course, will lead to the asset management and asset operation performance. Of course, if we go to the second point, building systems, we cannot do asset management without building systems. I mean, CMMS, kind of CMMS, computerized maintenance management system. In NWC, we have developed the enterprise asset management, which is kind of the maintenance system, will lead to know exactly what are the conditions of our asset and how we can maintain asset life cycle by having clear plan of maintenance, preventive maintenance. Developing GIS, geographical information system, as a system and data should be in place to do the asset management, and especially to have the vertical assets and the linear assets. In another way, above ground and underground assets. This is part of the system to be developed. And Mr. Chairman asked the other experience, the experience that I had in Europe, specifically in France. From the beginning, we implement the system to manage the asset in a proper way, means from the work order to the execution, to the replacement of the equipment, or to the corrective maintenance of the equipment, or the preventive maintenance of the equipment. And associate to this system all the supply chain. This is the third point. I talked about the operational maintenance, systems, and supply chain. Supply chain today, if you don't have the right and the reactive actions to buy the spare parts, equipment in the right time, because as I said, my colleagues before, we have critical assets. We need to maintain those critical assets. Why? Because it will impact the business continuity. Supply from reservoirs, supply inside the DMA, DMZ, supply inside the critical areas, etc. I mean, the supply chain, we need to develop the clear process for the supply chain, which will lead to do the asset improvement and asset performance improvement. In NWC, we developed through this, in each cluster, we have a clear process for the stock management, supply chain, and spare parts procurement, and stock management. If I go to the fourth point, which is capital maintenance, of course, you cannot do the asset management without capital maintenance. When we say capital maintenance means budget, we need to have the required budget. Every year, that's why in the management contract, and specifically here, across all the clusters, we developed what we call the 5 years business plan. 5 years business plan will lead to allocate the budget year by year for the asset replacement, equipment replacement, and asset management in general. Today, the capital maintenance, of course, when you develop the capital maintenance investment, should be linked to the procurement, should be linked should work with operational maintenance, with supply chain, with organization. Organization for asset management has to be developed in the way to get all the asset information and in the way to do the right maintenance, preventive maintenance plan, because every year you should have preventive maintenance plan. If you miss, it's a complete chain. When we talk about asset management and performance improvement, it's a chain, it's a value chain that we need to improve and we need to work on with different partners, with different departments. In my previous experience, specifically for wastewater treatment plants that I worked on in France and the water network, wastewater network, we had developed the asset management in the way to have all the information related to our asset. For example, how to improve the asset life cycle. Asset life cycle, for example, for the pipes, water distribution pipes, for the equipment, by having all the information in the GIS. When you click on each asset, you have, of course, the asset register, asset installation date, asset different repair. You have an ID card of the equipment. Through this ID card, because you have all the information, you can decide when exactly to replace the asset and do the cost optimization. Because if you don't have this information, you can continue the repair with, every day, every week, every month. and spend a lot of money in terms of OPEX. If you have this all information, you can decide, there is analytical that you have to do. You should have a back office to do the asset analysis and asset information and analysis. The results will give you the decision. I mean, you will ease the decision. It will give you the facility to, to ease the replacement of the equipment and do the cost optimization. This part, we need today in the management contract, because as you know all, management contract phase 1, as per the Saudi National Water Strategy and Vision 2030, the phase 1 is to start with the management contract, and phase 2 will go to the concession, enter into concession. But before going to the concession, there is some prerequisites, and those prerequisites, we put them in the management contract in order to first prepare our assets. Asset, operation, performance, improvement. This part is important for the concession readiness. And we start also to to implement all NWC asset management strategy, starting from the asset register. Now, across all the clusters, we launch the asset register. We start in some clusters we completed, in other clusters, because there is some clusters, they started just in 2023. They are working on asset register based on the asset management manual of NWC and standards like Mashru'at and 55001. Those are prerequisites in the management contract. We need to have the full information of our assets. This is the first big part. Second part is to develop the maintenance plan, the yearly maintenance, preventive maintenance plan. And the third part is to do the asset condition assessment. You cannot take a decision if you don't know exactly what is your asset conditions. Once you do that, you can take a decision, you can prepare budget. You will optimize your cost. And the last one, what is included in the management contract as international best practices, is to have the asset replacement program. Asset replacement program should be done based on asset condition assessment and critical assets assessment also. All those parameters, actions, are combined in order to take the right decision, first to have all the asset information, to take the right decision, and to do the cost optimization. Because cost optimization is today part of the cluster readiness to the concession. That's why those requirements, what we call contractual obligations and requirements in the management contract across all the clusters, are part of the obligations of the management contractor. We have today 2 representatives from the management contractor. We have 4 international, a consortium formed by 4 international companies for the management contractors. And we are following and monitoring the performance quarterly and yearly in order to reach the requirements to say we are ready for the concession. There is some other prerequisites for the concessions, but I'm just focusing on the asset management. That's why today, when we talk about asset management, it's not a separate department. It's a whole, global, it's part of the core business of the water distribution utilities company. That's why today we insist, we developed the management contract in a way to get all those information through international companies based on the contractual requirements, of course, and obligations, and based on their international experience and competencies, and also based on the benchmark through different contracts in the world. Thank you.
يعطيك العافية. Thank you. عودا على تجربة شركة المياه الوطنية في إدارة الأصول وتناغمها مع اتجاهنا اليوم للخصخصة والعقود الامتياز. طبعا بلا شك الهدف الرئيسي اليوم أننا نخدم عملائنا في المملكة العربية السعودية على أمثل وجه، ونقدم لهم أفضل خدمة وأفضل معايير بحيث أنه يصل الماء لكل مستفيد في هذا البلد بشكل مستمر وبجودة عالية وبدون أي عقبات قد تواجه هذا. على هذا الجزئية الشركة يعني استثمرت كثير في عملية إدارة الأصول، ومؤخرا اليوم الشركة في مراحل متقدمة من عملية الحصر الأصول والمحافظة عليها وربطها بالأنظمة. مهندس محمد، تقدر تعطينا اليوم وش توجه الشركة في ربط عملية إدارة الأصول بالتقنية، وكيف نعتقد أنه هذا راح يسهل علينا عملية إدارة محطاتنا سواء للمياه أو الصرف الصحي من خلال المشغلين، وكيف راح يقلل على الشركة التكاليف. الكل يعرف أنه في حال أنه احنا وصلنا لحد جيد من إدارة هذا الأصل وفق ما يحتاجه بدون أي دلتا في عملية تفقد في عملية إدارة الأصل بسبب لوست أو بسبب عدم كفاءة العملية التشغيلية، وهذا يؤثر بشكل أكثر على رفع التكاليف التشغيلية على الشركة وعدم ممارستها لعملية التوزيع بشكل جيد. تقدر تعطيني اتجاه الشركة اليوم في عملية إدارة الأصول وربطها بالتقنية، وكيف هذا نعتقد أنه راح يساهم في التحسين؟
طيب, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a good question. Asset management today is so proud of what we reach in the asset register. As my colleague here and partners mentioned, it is important in the decision making, cost optimization, also in the predictive or proactive maintenance program. The company now completed the first phase of register the whole assets, integrated with the fully automated system or portal that can used from anywhere in the company. Here in the NWC, we are focusing as asset management department, corporate asset management department, is to follow up the operation and maintenance in each clusters by ensure they implement the asset strategy and the decision making in the improvement to improve the asset system. The main tools or the main rule here for corporate asset management is to ensure each cluster or each maintenance department to our strategy in the maintenance, our strategy in the asset register, our strategy in the implementing the framework of the asset to ensure improving of cost optimization and the sustainability of asset availability. This is inshallah.
Thank you, Muhammad. In addition to what have we said, as we mentioned, to have to reach optimize cubic meter cost for water and wastewater, we believe having a clear asset management plant, good operator, good integration between maintenance and operation, absolutely, and also how to manage the asset. This will contribute directly to how much it costs you per cubic meter. So, international company to bid for concession, for example, they will evaluate the current situation of this region or city or whatever, and ask for information where this company stand now in terms of how much it costs per cubic meter. What's their current plan for asset management? Who can give me how this can contribute directly and make concession more ready if an institute like NWC or other international institute who would like to hit for concession, how they can be ready in early stage to reduce the cubic meter cost for concessionaire when he bid in terms of having good asset now and maintain it. So
okay, I will take one example. We all know the issue of the non-Rui water in Saudi Arabia, but also in all over the world. It's a key topic, not only because it affects the cost, but also because we have to manage the care of the resource. We have a lot of examples where we delay the investment in the renewal of the network. Of course, renewal network investment is money. But if you don't do those investments in the due time, on a regular basis time, at the end, your system will collapse. And the cost of water will be increased. So it's very important for us to have a clear, of course, knowledge. We talk about this, of the asset, but to have regular investment to renew the asset, to optimize the efficiency of the asset, and at the end, minimize the cost of the meter cubic.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. شكرا لحضوركم هذه الجلسة. حقيقة هذه الجلسة يعني بإدارة شركة المياه الوطنية، وحرصنا فيها أن نعرض تجربة شركة المياه الوطنية بشكل خاص، وأيضا التجارب العالمية في هذا الجانب. فأشكركم جميعا، أشكر الحضور. Thank you all for your attendance for this. We appreciate Fuelia Company, Aqualia, and also Mr. Mohammed and Dr. Samir for your time. So thank you so much. Thank you. ويعطيكم العافية.
Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا مهندس رائد الراشد على رئاسة الجلسة الثالثة. وللسادة المتحدثين ندعو سعادة الدكتور سعود المرشد رئيس اللجنة العلمية لتكريمهم جميعا. البداية مع رئيس الجلسة المهندس رائد الراشد. ثم المهندس محمد الغامدي. مهندس يان نيزو. خافيير دياز غوميز. دكتور سمير أيدير. ثم تكريم أيضا لمقدم العرض الرئيسي قبل الجلسة الثالثة باسم الغامدي، عالم بيئي مساعد في قسم حماية البيئة بأرامكو السعودية. شكرا جزيلا على إسهامكم في منتدى المياه السعودي. السادة والسيدات، الآن استراحة لمدة 50 دقيقة، ثم نعود عند تمام الساعة 1 ظهرا لاستكمال الجلسات. هذه الاستراحة لصلاة الظهر ولتناول طعام الغداء. نؤكد مرة أخرى نلقاكم عند الساعة 1 ظهرا بمشيئة الله.
شركة مطرق الغويري بدأت من عام 1398 هجري، وهي إحدى الشركات ولله الحمد الرائدة في مجال البنية التحتية. الشركة عندها هدف، الهدف يبنى على 3 أشياء: سرعة الإنجاز والجودة وتنفيذ المشاريع في وقتها لتحقيق الهدف الذي من أجله أنشئت المشاريع هذه.
تعمل إدارة الشركة على تنفيذ الخطط المرسومة من قبل مجلس إدارة الشركة بما يحقق تطلعاتها المستقبلية، ولتحقيق ذلك يتم العمل على عدد من المحاور، أبرزها رسم الخطط الاستراتيجية قصيرة الأمد ومتوسطة الأمد وطويلة الأمد، مع تحديد عدد من المعايير لقياس الأداء بشكل منتظم.
في قسم المشاريع في شركة مطلق الغويري احنا دائما حريصين ان نكون عندنا تنوع. احنا نبدأ من البداية من الانجينيرينج وفي جميع المجالات الأخرى، في مجال الأعمال المدنية، الأعمال الكهربائية والميكانيكية وأنظمة التحكم والسكادة. نعمل في جميع مجالات البنية التحتية سواء من ناحية الطرق، الانفراستراكشر، مجالات المياه والصرف الصحي والطاقة. حريصين على أن نكون شركاء في جميع أعمال البنية التحتية في المملكة العربية السعودية.
عندنا استقرار مالي، عندنا طموح كبير. احنا مع توجهات رؤية 2030
متميزين في أعمال المشاريع السريعة واللي تسمى فاست تراك. يهمنا كثير الآن أننا نكون في خضم هذه التحديات، أننا قادرين على إنجاز هالمشاريع.
نفذنا مشاريع كبيرة في أوقات وجيزة على 6 شهور على 8 شهور بناء على توجهات حكومتنا لاستعجال التنمية.
أكثر أعتقد ما يميز شركة مطلق الغويري هو الإصرار والمثابرة على إنجاز المشاريع. نتميز بأننا حريصين تمام الحرص على إنجاز المشاريع في وقتها المحدد، حريصين على النجاح، نتابع كل التفاصيل الصغيرة والكبيرة في جميع المشاريع اللي نقوم بتنفيذها.
الشركة نفذت مشاريع كبيرة استراتيجية. نفذنا مشروع على الشمال، مشروع عملاق في مدة وجيزة. نفذنا مشروع في اليوم يخص بين التحلية واليوم، نفذ مشروع في مدة وجيزة. عندنا مشروع في التشغيل والصيانة، مشروع تشغيل وصيانة مشروع مصنع زمزم في مكة المكرمة، يخدم الحرمين ويخدم المسلمين في معالجة وتنقية المياه زمزم. المشاريع التي حصلت عليها الشركة في عهد الملك سلمان ال6 سنوات الماضية تعادل عمل 30 سنة قبل. أتيحت لنا فرصة كبيرة في عهد الزاهر، عهد الملك سلمان سمو ولي العهد.
السادة والسيدات، ندعوكم إلى القاعة الرئيسية قاعة الرياض استعدادا لاستكمال الجلسات، حيث ستبدأ الجلسة التالية بعد 4 دقائق من الآن بمشيئة الله. السادة والسيدات، ندعوكم إلى القاعة الرئيسية قاعة الرياض، حيث ستبدأ الجلسة التالية بعد 2 دقائق من الآن بمشيئة الله. حياكم الله وهلا وسهلا فيكم من جديد في منتدى المياه السعودي إلى حلقة نقاش بعنوان تعظيم مساهمة القطاع الخاص في قطاع المياه. محور هذه الحلقة الرئيسي حول تمكين القطاع الخاص في بناء وتشغيل المحطات وتعزيز المحتوى المحلي في توفير مياه آمنة ومستدامة. يشارك في هذه الجلسة سعادة الأستاذ رعد السعدي نائب رئيس مجلس الإدارة والعضو المنتدب في شركة أكوا باور، المهندس محمد حلواني الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة توزيع، السيد نادر عنتر رئيس شركة سور الدولية، المهندس مانويل مانجون الرئيس التنفيذي لأعمال المياه بشركة أكسونيا. يرأس الجلسة المهندس خالد القريشي الرئيس التنفيذي للشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه. أدعوهم جميعا إلى منصة المنتدى لبداية الجلسة.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. And first of all, we thanks the Saudi Water Forum for this gathering and this session, mainly about privatizations. And we have very rich, full panelists today. And I'm really honored that I'm here, moderator of this session. And I hope it will be fruitful for all of you. And we can take out of these sessions the things which will make us really growing more in contribution of privatization to the water sectors. And allow me, guys, to introduce you the first panelist, Ra'ad al-Sa'di. And Ra'ad holds a bachelor degree of science degree in business management from Manillo College in California, and he has over 20 years experience in the financial services and automotive industry. Current roles, he's holding growth and business expansion and other strategy drive and he was in Abdul Latif Jameel, and today he's the vice chairman and managing director of Aqua Power. And right-hand side to Ra'ad, we have Muhammad Halawani. Muhammad Halawani in the second page. Muhammad Halawani has an MBA from University of Business and Technology, UBT, Saudi Arabia. He has more than 17 years of experience in strategy, business development, and change management. Muhammad has multiple success stories in the field of privatization of the water sectors, and I am witness of this. As well, he successfully managed to lead Tawzi' company on the leader of water and wastewater, particularly sector and KSA, by participation in privatization. And today, Tawzi', to be honest, as a local company, the biggest contribution in the PPP water sectors and ISTVs. So welcome, Muhammad. And Nader Antar. In Arabic, Antar.
صحيح.
We have Antar. Nader is an accomplished executive leader known for his transformative approach to general management, boasting a demonstrated history of steering organizations. Presently as a president of SUR Internationals, Antar he was responsible for global operations, strategic privatization growth. And prior to his tenure at SUR, he occupied senior executive position at Autif Elevators and United Technology. Antar is a holding MBA from INSEAD. And as you know, SUR is one of the main contribution in operation, contract management operation on Saudi Arabia. And as you know, this is part from privatization strategy of Saudi Arabia. So welcome, Nader, to the panel. Last, not the least, Manuel Manchon, CEO of Acciona Water Business, and congratulations to be recently been a CEO of Acciona in Saudi Arabia. I wish you all the best. Accomplished professional with a background in industrial engineering and MBA. Manuel has over 28 years of experience in the sector since joining Acciona in 1999. He has held various key responsibility in the water business, including management and international project development, and mainly in BBB and ABC. And as you know, Acciona recently won Global Water Prize in London as one of the best utility company in 2023. So congratulations, Acciona and Manuel, for this. I finished the introduction of the panelists, and I would like to start the sessions. So I want to just, somebody told me that you have to assure that the time not exceed. So first one who told me this, Raad. So I will start counting on Raad. Raad, if you talk about Aqua, everybody looking Aqua as a model, and everybody coming to my office when they been and now and as Aqua as a company, new, whether governments or industrial or from our internationals, and they say how we can be Aqua. So the questions really, as a proven successful story, Aqua, for the last 20 years, not in Saudi, outside. What is really, you see, value added from private sectors to Saudi Arabia particularly and outside? And the second question is really, what key people can follow what Aqua is doing in order to be another competitive to you? So you have to be very honest. Always. And I know you are coming from Abdul Latif Jamil, so please, you have 5 minutes for this.
Thank you, Mohandas Khalid. Allow me to start with a slightly personal story that I think will shed light over how Aqua operates. I joined Aqua, and one of the first bids was with you in Rabat, and you know, we won that tender. And I showed up to the meeting, and they said the next bidder was 16% more expensive than you. You know that story. So I gathered the team, and I said, we need to talk. We left 16% on the table. How come we're so inexpensive? What's wrong? And the team came back to me and said, you don't understand. We have made optimizations. We have found ways. We actually are making our required IRR, and we don't need to be more expensive. We want to always push the price down. And to me, that was a unique way of thinking. So I said, what do you mean, if we can make more money? I'm new to this. They said, no, that's not the goal. They said, soon you will find countries that find desalination expensive calling you and saying, maybe we can do business now. I wasn't 100% sure. Then we started getting calls. If you saw the news recently, we just signed desalination in Senegal and many, many other countries that in the past maybe you did not see their names in desalination. But I will say one thing about what it takes. So there is no small detail. If you look at interest rates, if you look at optimizations, EPC, OEMs, you have to get involved in every single detail. There is no 1 million real saving. There is 15, 20,000 real savings, or 20,000 real savings, and that's how we operate. But I also want to say one more thing. You have to develop a relationship with your off-taker to understand where their pain points are. People come to us and say, can you give us the price you're doing in Saudi Arabia? And we say, no, we cannot, because Saudi Arabia has de-risked a lot of the aspects of doing this project. The off-taker has a good credit rating. The off-taker has a plan that is very clear. We can negotiate good terms with EPC. We can, when there are issues, and there are always issues, we can sit down and negotiate on good faith basis and solve these issues. So I think the answer is difficult, but it's many, many aspects, chief of which is pay attention to every single detail of what you do.
You have left 2 minutes.
That's right.
Okay. Good. I'll move to Manuel. So Manuel, as an Acciona, mainly on, you are contributing on BBB and ABC. So always we receive a complaint from ABC or saying that we've been pushed down. Everybody pushing us down. And the same people who complain, they're coming on this next bid and they're bidding. So you, from your experience, you have, let's say, in the BBB side, not too much compared to your ABC. So what you can tell us about these items, and also how you contribute in local content and hiring the national force in Saudi. So it's two parts. You have 4 minutes as well. And 2 minutes, you can take one from the left.
Happy.
First is about, I mean, our complaint many times, I mean, and we all know about, we are always discussing about Aqua and how they push and then suddenly, simply we normally say, let us breathe a little bit to get us something, etc. I think our complaint on what, from the EPC point of view or from the developer point of view, etc. I think it's coming from an overall very good thing, especially for the country, especially and which is the competitiveness, how the market has evolved through this program to a hugely competitive market and solutions. So it has been, and from our experience globally, this market and these plants and this project has been an example and a driver for many other places in terms of adapting new technologies, new improvements, sizes, ways of developing the program. From the EPC point of view, part of this demanding environment is pushing the EPC contractors on the prices. I think on the prices is the competition. I think we all need to, I mean, what we need to do is just to be competitive and I mean, nothing else. I mean, just to keep our companies being competitive, and if another one can do it better, just the next one, you have to do it better. From the contractual point of view, and to develop now from the contractual, and sometimes on the timing allow to build the plant, for example, I think there could be enough space having the same level of tariffs, etc., to give a little bit more oxygen to the EPC contractors to have more time to develop properly the engineering and to transfer the plant to the operator, etc., etc. So I think in that sense, having the same competitiveness, having the same amount, I mean, we could relax a little bit, giving us a bit of more time. Related to the local content, and it's very related to this competition and demanding and highly demanding environment, our goal in here and our main driver over the last few years, in which we established several projects at the same time, was to because of the demanding environment, because of the very short timing, because of the needs of transferring and the high level of excellency in operation from the day one that you deliver the plant, you need all the local stakeholders around you, all your suppliers, manufacturers, subcontractors, etc., to follow you in this excellence of the service, in the timing, in the quality, and especially on the service. I was having this, I've been having this conversation over the last 8 years with every week with someone explaining then, look, our contracts, etc., cannot follow the structure that we have the contracts with the developers or with the clients, but what we need to do is to trust you. We really need suppliers and we really need people in which we can trust. We can trust that you will comply what we need, that you will serve us on the quality. But more importantly, if something happens, and we all know that things happen, sometimes there is something wrong, that you provide us the service and the excellency to resolve this as soon as possible. And that only can be done if all that environment knows the environment. It is based here. They have their services centers, their manufacturing facilities, their local expertise, etc. is based in Saudi, and is not coming from a telephone from Europe or anywhere else. So our aim has been always to bring all this knowledge and all these people together with us, to be here with us, and it's the only way in which we can serve developers, either ourselves, either other developers, and in the end, SWPC.
From the term and condition which we are having today in your current agreements, whether an IWP or STB, what is the difficult term and condition you believe in Acciona could be somehow modified, relaxed?
It's a difficult question to make the markup to the contract now. It's a difficult question now. I will think on the timing. I really think that the timing make us a big driver, and it's sometimes the very, very, very short timing is something that creates mistakes, small mistakes, but creates mistakes that could have been resolved maybe with a little bit more time, or not having the pressure and the liability and all the ugliness if there is a bit of delay on this. I think you are doing very well, because you were mentioning, we really appreciate how it is evolving in the way that if there is something, we can talk and we can distance things, and we really, really appreciate on that. But at the same time, we have our own systems in which the contracts are really tough. If I have to select something, I will be to do something with the time. We are not asking for years, but we are asking for sometimes a little more adaptation to do that. And Mr. Harawani is joining us as well on this conversation, and he will probably share the same.
I will assume that you will send us that what you expect timing, the best timing from your opinion about.
Will do.
Yeah?
Will do.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you take good times. Sure. Now, I came from developer, then ABC, then O&M. So I'll say about, you are currently operating on more than 50, 100 countries.
More than 100 countries, yes.
How much?
Yes, more than 100.
More than 100. People write only 20 here, so, and I know it's more. And has a global view of the water industries, and from hands-on, from operation. After the developers and ABC did something, and now you're receiving whatever they did. So, in KSA as a very mature water market, we still need to improve. We believe still we did not reach to the goals, and we need to, as you, continual improvements. So, as a global leader on this, and today we are a global leader on desalination, but we need an overall value change, starting from production, transmission, distributions, treatment, and reuse. So what are we doing today, from your opinion as a SOUR? You're working in 100 countries and above. What are we doing today, and what we need to improve? So you have 5 minutes.
Yeah. So first of all, I think putting it in the context that there are still areas of improvement is a very smart and humble way to put the question in the context. So I really want to start by acknowledging the exceptional work that Saudi has been doing in creating a sustainable investment environment over the last few years, particularly here in line with the Vision 2030, and always framed with the national water strategy. And if we examine the value chain, we have seen major investments in the desal and the upstream. Yesterday in the opening ceremony, we spoke that the kingdom has the largest capacity. I would like to add also you have the lowest cost by cubic meter, and this is really something that makes the kingdom the benchmark for desal. Also, we have seen good investments and focus in the privatization of the sewage treatment plants. I can underscore the LTOM programs with NWC. And we have seen also growing investment in the downstream and the distribution and the networks. All of this, in my opinion, are really allowing the kingdom to accumulate years of practical experience in the PPP schemes. attracting from one side the foreign investors and growing the local capabilities from the other side, which are becoming international players and competitors, as a matter of fact. And exactly with this context of the overall market attractiveness and the dynamics, we at SOAR, we took a bold move a few years before to reinforce our presence in the kingdom. We're really proud of winning 2 management contracts with the National Water Company at the Northwest and the Eastern Cluster. We also operate with our partners in Tawziya, industrial cities in the Western Province, and for sure, the way moving forward is very promising. Now, to answer the second part of the question, what we need to look at to further solidify our presence as an international player or global player at large, I would say we have to differentiate through 3 key aspects. First, being more sustainable. Second, being more cost efficient. And third, being customer-centric. And I want to speak a little bit here, I think my minutes allow me. On the sustainability part, we need to continue driving programs that addresses the efficiency of water. In a nutshell, we're really talking about providing quality water and the right quantity while reducing the impact on the environment, CO2 emissions, pollution. And some of the key programs, we were discussing it also yesterday in the gala dinner, is really optimizing the usage of the water from the wells, thus maintaining the natural reservoir. Second, the water reuse, and I think there is an extensive discussion about this in the forum. And third is the brine management and treatment. In SOAR, we operate one of the largest desalination plants in Europe, in Las Palmas, Spain, Gran Canaria, and we're really deploying solutions for reuse and brine management, which are really directly impacting, positively impacting the environmental footprint here. We're even exploring assessing the usage of hydrogen to fuel our tankers and fleet, thus to really improve the CO2 footprint. On the second point, being more cost efficient, we're really talking about deploying more processes and solutions that will reduce the cost of operation. This is for sure will have a positive impact in the profitability, but we need always to remember that it shouldn't impact the level of service. And under this umbrella, for sure, the energy efficiency programs are key. For example, the renewable resources, specifically the polar panel, has been a key major focus area for us. The latest mass deployment we did in SOAR was in Poland. Second, the reduction of the non-revenue water. And I know that it's an area of improvement in the kingdom. If you look at the international benchmark, I think we really need to do better. And I know that the National Water Company is investing and focusing a lot on this space here. We're happy also to be partnering. And the third key is digitalization. I know it's a overall concept here, but when we're utilizing digitalization for operational effectiveness, and we have also seen growing demand and interest in the kingdom in digitalization, and this is exactly where we partnered with Obaikan Group to create a digital arm for SOAR, not only serving the kingdom, but the global. So we're really taking, to your point before, that we're taking some of the key benchmarks here from Saudi and exporting it to our global footprint. And the third differentiator is being customer-centric. It's very important for any global player to offer impeccable service water quality, and I think utilizing digitalization and improvement in the processes to eliminate any unneeded interfaces, reducing the downtime, improving the safety, this is really important. So in conclusion, I think the market here has been seeing an substantial, I would say, dynamic and improvement. And in the National Water Strategy, there was a lot of stress on the points that I already mentioned. And I want to really conclude by a single note that the involvement of the private sector is not only about bringing investment, but it's also about fast-tracking the overall development.
I think I want to just measure the efficiency which you talk about. Today, you are operating on Northwest?
And Eastern.
Okay. If I want to know today, just roughly out of 10, where do you see the efficiency?
Out of 10 on an international benchmark?
Yeah.
So as I said, when I see that the kingdom is really 10 out of 10 in the desal space, it's the benchmark, more than 10% of the global capacity resides here. I would say in the NRW, or the water efficiency, we're still on the areas of improvement frontline. So I would rather shy away from giving you a score, but definitely it's an area for improvement. And the good news here that there is a collective acknowledgement for this. And I think acknowledging the problem is almost midway towards finding a solution. And if we look at the overall momentum, I think we're moving forward to really bring this to and aligning it with the international benchmark. So we're really positive. Yes, we're lagging behind many European standards here, but the fact that we're acknowledging it, working towards it, makes it really solvable and doable in a certain period of time, because definitely it's a long haul approach.
Good. Thank you very much. Mohammed, توزيع, as I say in the introduction, in توزيع, really you are now paving the road, and you are proven to be a very agile company that's keep adapting to market needs and winning a project from its massive experience in the water treatment and reuse sectors. By the way, توزيع, the first company commissioned and reached to the COD of the first triple P in the KSA. So they started Taif. They are the first one who operate. So they really ahead of others. Now Jeddah is also coming, but I mentioned this just to keep the credit to توزيع, and with his also partner SPV. We would like to know how the private sector has participated and contributed to the development of Saudi water sector through a PPP model that is previously was not able to. You guys were not being able to. You've been in modern a little bit, but not known in general as a توزيع. Through, compare PPP to other procurement models, so the other normal models. So you have 5 minutes to fly and swim until we finish.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your introduction, and I would like to thank Saudi Water Forum for this nice event. I really would like to explain how توزيع entered the PPP market here in Saudi Arabia, as we are a local company. I can explain توزيع mainly as we lived 4 stages in توزيع as a transitions or transformation inside the company. So in 2014, 2015, توزيع was a stable company focused with few BOT projects within the industrial cities, within Mudun. We have BOT projects, we have a concession for 25 years, we have some O&M projects with Mudun, and توزيع at that time was very stable company focused on industrial services for water and wastewater and wet utilities in the industrial cities, doing the full management of the water cycle from the source till the meter, till the billing, till the customer service. At 2015-16, stage 1 came to توزيع, which is we became very stable company, and the resources inside توزيع started to be doing a routine work, let's say, and we started to have the resources started to think to leave because there is no new challenge. Because from 2010 or 9 till 2015, we stabilized the company to having the first BOT project within the industrial city Mudun, with no offtake, with a lot of risk in Mudun, just based on the demand and supply within the industrial city in Jeddah and Riyadh and in Qasim. When the National Water Strategy and the Vision 2030 started, and we saw it in the news, the Transformation Program 2020 and Vision 2030, then we participated as a local company in the National Water Strategy. We attended some sessions. Really inside توزيع, even with توزيع shareholder, it was the first transition or transformation inside توزيع. That to move from the comfort zone we have to adapt with the market, with the vision of 2030, and to know how the privatization outside Mudun is happening, how the municipal market will be. National Water Strategy announced that Saudi Arabia will need to reach the vision of 2030 projects when they need to invest around 200 billion riyal. Then in the national water strategy, they said 70 billion riyal almost it will be through the privatization program. And this is where Tawzi' come as a DNA, as a developer and as operator in the water and mainly in the downstream of the water assets. We saw a big opportunity there, but we need to convince ourselves internally, to convince the full organization in Tawzi', even the shareholders. This is the phase one, I will call it in Tawzi'. We decided to move outside of the comfort zone and to adapt ourselves for the new privatization program. Phase two started to see the qualification, to know what is happening and how to do the Tawzi' restructuring, let's say. So at that time we decided, we did a totally new strategy for Tawzi' to add a PPP division and the O&M division to capitalize on what we have, because we did really good work in the industrial cities to start growing in the market. Then when we started to see the qualification, of course we get surprised, because in the market, or we saw a gap in the market in the ISTP mainly and in this distribution. So we saw that there is no Saudi company was qualified at that time to be as a lead developer inside it. And we did a lot of complaints to SWPC, to Ministry of Water, to National Water Company. And we were angry because we believe, all of us as a local company, not only Tawzi', there is many companies like Tawzi' and better even. So we tried to complain to the ministry that how you want us, we can't do the job without any international company at that time. The decision was no, we need a reference, there is a qualification method, financial, technical. So this is really was a good learning curve for Tawzi' to start to meet the international, to learn how the international, especially what happening, the privatization, what happening in Europe mainly in the past 50 years. This is, I will call it stage two in Tawzi'. Then we started to develop some good partnership with good, now we became even friends and professional and personal. We started to do some consortium to start to participate in the privatization program. Tawzi' focused on SWPC project, and really it was very great initiative that SWPC gave the comfort to all of the developer, how the risk mitigation and everything, and how the RFP was fully completed. Before SWPC and before the privatization program, when you see a bid, you see the bid in the normal procurement, we just need a plant with a capacity of 200,000, even without any reasoning. Today, in the RFP of SWPC, for any investor, even the lender, they like the RFP of SWPC because they see even the population. Why SWPC would like to build this ISTP, like example, I will take Taif as an example. In the RFP, you can see the programs of the government that they want to build the new Taif city. There is a new airport, so it makes sense. Because everyone in the beginning said, Saudi Arabia, they are doing, or SWPC doing 15 wastewater plant, 10 or 12 IWPs. Everyone was saying, why do we doing that? The answer, when anyone was asking me, my answer was very simple. Go to SWPC website, see the capacity plan up to 2027. You will see all the reasoning and all the microphone.
Yeah, off.
Hello?
Microphone.
Hello?
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 You're hearing me, right?
I can hear you, but not him.
I think the mic here with Muhammad is off now.
Maybe my 5 minutes is finished?
No, I do not put this auto shut down, no.
It's a good way.
No, but...
We switch off.
Working now?
No.
Hello?
Battery.
We can come back.
5 minutes is off.
Yeah, we have time. We have time. We have time. Rest. Take rest.
Yeah. New one?
You consume a lot of energy, Mohammed. That's why your battery is off. ارفع شوي.
بسم الله السلام عليكم.
مشكلة بصوتك.
مشكلة بالصوت يعني.
صوتك الويفز فوق انت. I think we'll come back to you, Mohammed, and we'll move to Raad and the rest of you guys, and very important subject, which is local force, Saudizations, local content. What does your future look like for developing the local force to contribute in overall and the value change of the water sector in Saudi Arabia? As you know, we already force the local content, and our RFB should be 40% and to 70% operation. But still, we're very ambitious, and one of government's entity asking for 60s. So you guys need to be proactively working. So, and I see some initiatives from big names, but I will ask you, Raad, first, as a Saudi company, what are you doing compared to the previous in order to ensure that you have a local force in each and every stage, not in operation only, but in constructions and developments, and so please.
So if we split it, Mr. Qureshi, into two conversations. One is local content and one is local talent or توطين. And even within the workforce, let's split it again into male and female, if I may also. If you go visit a lot of plants today, I think you will see less sisters than brothers. And this to us is not a good thing. We want to see a lot more of the highly able female force in our assets. So with the support of IWA, the Energy and Water Academy that we have in Rabigh, you will see a lot more training for male and females in these assets. And I think this is something that we as ACWA feel is a responsibility that we take very seriously. If you go visit assets, and I speak for ACWA assets today, I think you'll be very impressed to see the percentage of females going up, percentage of Saudis in the workforce going up, but also very importantly, percentage of, as we mature, people moving from one asset to another. As we grow international also, you'll see some of our even Saudi workforce that are working outside Saudi as well. This is something you'll begin to see more of. We are a world leader of desalination, but I think this should also translate to being a world leader in workforces. So, for example, one of the assets we have here in Saudi, the leader of this asset used to work in Morocco, Saudi. Another one, they used to work in Dubai. Another one today, we're taking people that are doing well and moving them to Uzbekistan. I think we'd love to see a bit more of that. People that have international muscle, that can bring that muscle back to Saudi Arabia. In terms of local content, I think you've seen significant improvements. If I take membrane, which is a big part of what we do, not are we just using membrane made in Saudi Arabia in our assets, you're seeing now exports from these factories to outside Saudi Arabia. And I think the onus is on companies like ACWA Power and leading companies to support local content, but also to support local workforces. And I will say something maybe that I don't get asked here enough, but for your additional comfort, when we go to countries outside Saudi Arabia, as we do as ACWA Power, we care just as much to be local there as well. Local to us does not mean Saudization only. Every country we are in, we think it's good business to be local. It's not just a KPI or it's not just a requirement. It's actually good business. By having a workforce, you improve your sustainability, the business model. But also, for example, if you have an asset in location X, Saudization alone is not enough. We actually also care to hire from within that community, not just to be Saudi, but to be from that community. For example, if you look at the wider ACWA, we have an asset in Sider, in power, Saudization is 97%. But also from within the region, it's very high. In Skaka, Saudization is 100%. And if you look at the localization within Saudization is more than 90%. So I'm showing you a level of detail, but to show you that we follow not just local content, not just Saudization, but we actually look deeper into how can we make this business model sustainable.
Interested. Thank you very much. We'll go to Manuel, Acciona.
On the local, look, from our point of view, I think the main driver for us right now is I will call it the willingness and the commitment to stay here. I mean, for us, we are an international company. We are a company based in Spain, operating in about 40 countries. But right now is Saudi, because of the market, because of the conditions of the market, because of the size of the market, because of the let's call it our adaptation of the company to this market. We have the willingness and in our plans is to be here. As a result for that, the starting point and coming back to because in operations, etc., in the long term, I think it's moving in another way. But talking about, in my case, specifically on the PC, I mean, we have to recognize and we have to be aware that in the EPC, still the Saudization of the local workshops is still low. I mean, and there is still a big improvement to come. Our focus, a part of it's in two ways. One, it was the same that Rad was saying, is to increase drastically the amount of women in the workforce and in all levels, from the staff, engineering, any kind, management, and of course in the site, which is not, I would say, it is not easy, but little by little we are doing it. We are trying to do it in Saudi, and we are doing it worldwide as a global commitment. And the main focus right now, in our case, relates on the graduates. We are making a huge effort here in Saudi to bring graduates to our company. We are starting in a couple of dozens, and I mean, the plan is to increase, to inject all these graduates from the very beginning on our projects, to start working with us, to be trained by us, to be trained with us, even to be able to potentially export or interchange people so not only to create Saudis for Saudi, but as well to bring people maybe to a headquarters in Madrid, to inject people in our engineering team, etc., etc. And from the very beginning as well to make it equally female and man, in order not to keep on working on the obvious imbalance that there is here in the whole society and in the companies. So our focus is to stay, and a result of that, I mean, there is no other way just to become a local, and to become a local with local people working. Of course, there will be always international input and etc. But so the best way we found ourselves is to do it through the graduates, to make a good program for that.
Thank you. I really see Acciona is doing very well with the graduations. And I mentioned to you earlier that what I don't yet see is that some efforts done during the ABC, during constructions, the number of national or Saudizations is not really, and I don't see any even improvements with the time. So maybe this area we need to focus. But from people who is operating the plants in a graduation, I think Aqua, Acciona, and NG, I see good programs and need to be evolved. And also we are doing something in engineering. Come to the O&M expertise in Sur. You have 1.5 minutes to
I think the topic of talent management, both in terms of talent acquisition and retention, is really what brings most industries closer, because it's a challenge not exclusive to our industry or any country. And if I look at a few of the examples that would like also to explore and promote more in the kingdom here, first, fostering more partnerships with universities, between private companies and universities, trying to come up with more focused trainings, courses around the topic of water management, engineering, hydrology, et cetera, et cetera. In Europe, SOAR has a lot of partnership with many universities offering joint research opportunities, and we're currently exploring things like this in the kingdom. Second is about offering, I would say, more certificates and professional training, and this probably will have a positive impact on the talent retention, whereby we offer some training courses, especially for newcomers, that will enable them to be up to date from a technological point of view. In the management contract for NWC, for example, part of the contract is to offer ongoing trainings for Saudi nationals in and outside the kingdom. Third, I would also think about internships. It is already covered here, and some incubation programs here, whereby also further partnerships trying to incubate, let's say, employees from NWC, SWPC for a period of time, in a rotational mode and approach in different geographies. So overall, this is a key topic. There is areas of improvement everywhere. We're very focused here in line with our long-term strategy for the kingdom. And on the retention side also, I think panelists covered the gender diversity, which is key, which also, I mean, I have been in the kingdom in a different industry before. There is definitely a substantial progress here in this space, and we continue also to focus on it.
Thank you. Mohammed, I hope your mic is working now.
I hope the mic is happy now. It's working now?
Okay. You can continue if you wish, and then you
I can merge
yes,
the two
okay.
questions.
Please.
I just would like really to highlight that, to answer the first question and even the second question, that the clear vision of the vision of 2030 and the national water strategy really made us talking here today. And today you can hear the public employees, the private sector, the international company, the EPC contractor, everyone they are talking almost the same language. When you have a clear vision of projects coming from Saudi Water Partnership Company with very tough condition in the local content, like example, when you see a very clear roadmap of pipeline of the project, you will start talking about or thinking and doing something for innovation, for local content, for all the aspects that we are talking here today, the talent management also. Really, the clear vision really let even the international companies thinking to how to stabilize here in Saudi Arabia, how to have offices here in Saudi Arabia. I believe this is really what made Saudi Arabia, and even as a Saudi citizen, I can see it in all my life, day to day. And everywhere I go, I can see that all the government are talking the same language, and everything is linked somehow.
Good.
That's all.
Second question about local content?
It's linked with the vision that everyone will start.
No, but I'm saying that from local force contributions, how you can evolve more in Tawziya, for instance. As I mentioned, that we see there is a contribution now from Big Camber for a fresh graduate in engineering. Now in EBC, as you see during a Taif or a Medina, number of Saudis very, very limited. So what Tawziya going to do in futures in order to prepare them to be on the site?
Okay. I will say very funny story about it. Of course, as a Tawziya, when we started the operation of Taif, and of course, we came from the industrial cities, and this was our first municipal big ISTP, independent sewage treatment plant. Of course, our salary scale for the employees working in the operation in the field to bring the Saudi talent and to match the local content requirement, we were thinking with the same old mindset of the old salary scale happening in the market. So we started to give offer to Saudis graduate from the technical college in Taif, and they told us very simple, you want us to work in a wastewater treatment plant, and the cinema is giving us more, movie cinema is giving us more salary, let's say. So this is really, it was a big wake-up call for Tawziya how we need to develop, the local content inside our organization, and to do the succession planning, and to focus more on that. And the pipeline of the project really helped us how to plan for the future, basically.
Good. Before we conclude, the last questions related to you guys, very expert and highly experienced on the field of privatization. So we need to take a recommendation from you to the audience. Audience, consider them developers, EPC, contractor, lenders, investor, manufacturer, supplier, procurers, policymaker, that to make the PPP more robust in the water sectors, and that other company can be thrive and end user can be benefits of. So what really you want to see better, you want to tell the others to come. So, right.
So you spoke earlier and said a lot of, thank you first of all, saying a lot of companies come to your office and say we want to be maybe a success story or another Aqua. Aqua was a startup 20 years ago and started their business we started our business in desalination. So if you look from the outside and you think this sector is a bit big or too big, that's not true. Aqua started with a single project 20 years ago, and today is, inshallah, a successful company. But the one thing I'll tell you is you as a company, any company, you have to understand what you're good at. And once you find that sweet spot, that one thing that you do very, very well, continue to do it. We as Aqua, we only do 3 things. We produce power, we produce desalinated water, and green fuels. A lot of companies want to do many, many things well. Unfortunately, it's harder than it looks. I think it's much better to find a few things that you do extremely well and focus on them and become very good at negotiating. Negotiations are very important in life, and I think if you get accused of negotiating too much, it's a good sign. I think maybe sometimes people talk about us having low prices in Saudi Arabia. People come to your office saying it's difficult. It's not true. Negotiate with your EPCs, negotiate with your lenders, negotiate with SWPC. There's no shame in that. Continue to negotiate in every aspect. Don't stop and push very, very hard. You will find that you will find a niche for yourself.
Thank you. Ahmed?
Of course, I agree with what Raad said, and I would just like to emphasize on what he said about that, especially for local companies, they need to focus. No one can do everything. You need to focus. Today, you have very clear pipeline of projects. You have the vision of 2030. You can choose what is you are good at, okay, and focus on it. Even for manufacturer, everything, they need to focus, and with this focus and time spending and a lot of work, you will reach what you want. This is basically.
I really also subscribe to what Muhammad and Raad have put correctly, just to give you also the different perspective as a private international company. First, on the macro level, I strongly believe that the market will continue offering ample opportunities for local and international players. And I think the Vision 2030 and the National Water Strategy, I always refer back to this very important document here, set the fundamentals, we for the development over the next decade. And we see now a mature model with clear regulatory framework, which is really attracting the foreign investors or facilitating the participation of the private sector from one side, while safeguarding also the public interest. And if I want to give recommendation for international players in this market, my first one will be, my first and foremost actually, to have a long-term strategy. To prevail in this market, we need to shy away from being opportunistic. And based on this point, we need to grow our local capabilities. We really need to be a global organization with a local mindset, and this is key. I want also to add here for international players that establishing and growing a network of local partners is key. Partners that complement the offering and the capabilities, because this is really key, and also engaging continuously with the key decision makers, the stakeholders and regulatory bodies, government institutions, et cetera, because early engagement will always be one of the key, I would say, metrics to look at. So really, in conclusion here, this is our long-term strategy in solar. As I said, we took a bold move a few years before to establish a long-term strategy. We established a regional office for Middle East in Saudi. We continue to grow our network of local partners, and we're looking forward to play even a more pivotal role in shaping the future of the water industry in this super important country.
Manuel?
I mean, from my point of view, I mean, I fully agree with Rad, and it's a part of this conversation, but globally that we need to focus, and we are really, I mean, this is very important. This is very important for this market. This is very important for the companies like us. And I would say it's applicable to almost anything in life. So it's something to focus, and I really agree with that. In terms for an advice or just to complement to what has been said, I mean, I will just to reinforce, this is Saudi has become for a combination on the importance of the water. I keep saying I have many conversations all with different stakeholders, even the press, international press, etc., that many places of the world, because of not very good reasons, of the scarcity of the water, etc., now new places are becoming aware of the need of the water, and then becomes aware of the need of additional infrastructure, etc. But here in Saudi, it's the importance of the water is in the ADN of the people and in the country. So the combinations of this importance, the combination of this massive program that Saudi is developing, the competitiveness that has, and the result of that has created a lot of innovation and a lot of improvement in the market, in the technology, in the systems that certainly we as a company, we are appreciating a lot, and we are working it in here, but exporting that knowledge elsewhere. So I will recommend to everybody, which is a key place to stay. I mean, it's a country open, and in a program open, so anyone want to be in the water in the most innovative and major projects in the world should be here. So we invite everybody to establish here, as we're trying to do, and nothing else to say. We're really happy with it.
Thank you very much for all you guys, and we have left, I think, 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes for any questions from the audience. Any questions? We have a prize for the first questions.
I have a question.
No. No. See the audience. I will measure whether what you are saying, somebody hear it and accept or not. So anyway, I think I really conclude that with these sessions, that very fruitful session and richful sessions, and having more than 100 years experience here in water developments in different sectors. So I think your contribution today was appreciated, and we believe we do more. And I know in this stage you will not say everything, but I believe that in a business, that if we are very open to what we feel, we could improve more. So we need really to be more open to make the privatization contribution and on the water sector in Saudi and everywhere, that improving and evolving to the best. So then thank you very much, and let's say thank you for all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
شكرا جزيلا مهندس خالد القريشي على رئاسة الجلسة. وللسادة المتحدثين أدعو سعادة الدكتور سعود المرشد رئيس اللجنة العلمية لتكريمهم. وبداية التكريم مع رئيس الجلسة المهندس خالد القريشي الرئيس التنفيذي للشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه. سعادة الأستاذ رعد السعدي نائب رئيس مجلس الإدارة والعضو المنتدب في شركة أكوا باور. المهندس محمد حلواني الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة توزيع. السيد نادر عنتر رئيس شركة سور الدولية. مانويل مانجون الرئيس التنفيذي لأعمال المياه في شركة أكسونيا. شكرا جزيلا لكم على المشاركة في هذه الجلسة والمساهمة في إنجاح منتدى المياه السعودي. السادة والسيدات، ستبدأ الجلسة التالية بشكل مباشر بمشيئة الله تعالى، وهي حلقة نقاش بعنوان نقل المياه المشاريع وفرص الاستثمار. السادة والسيدات، نؤكد لكم أن حلقة النقاش التالية ستبدأ بشكل مباشر الآن بمشيئة الله تعالى. على طول ايوه على طول. لا ما الياس. مرحبا بكم من جديد في منتدى المياه السعودي إلى حلقة النقاش الأخيرة في يومنا الثاني بعنوان المشاريع وفرص الاستثمار في نقل المياه. محاور هذه الجلسة تدور حول مستقبل نقل المياه والخزن الاستراتيجي في المملكة العربية السعودية ودورها في الاستدامة المائية، تعزيز مشاركة القطاع الخاص في محفظة مشاريع الشركة، التحديات والفرص والحلول التمويلية لتطوير مشاريع النقل والخزن الاستراتيجي للمياه. يدير الحوار في هذه الحلقة المهندس خالد الحبيب، الرئيس التنفيذي لقطاع التخطيط الاستراتيجي والتطوير بشركة نقل وتقنيات المياه. مهندس خالد، إليك إدارة الجلسة.
So, Jubel Bereda, we will be doing something.
بسم الله.
Okay, that mimicking. What do you need?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله جميعا في هذا المنتدى المبارك، منتدى المياه السعودي في دورته الثالثة، وفي جلسة النقاش المختصة بنقل المياه، المشاريع والفرص والتحديات. نعطي نبذة بسيطة عن أهمية هذه الورشة ومن أين أتت، ووضع مشاريع نقل المياه اليوم في السوق المملكة العربية السعودية. طبعا أتى زي ما تعلمون إنشاء أو يعني بداية شركة نقل وتقنيات المياه كأحد برامج أو كأحد نتائج برامج التخصيص في رؤية المملكة 2030، بحيث أن النشاط نقل المياه كان مسند للمؤسسة العامة لتحت المياه المالحة، ثم صدرت الموافقة الكريمة من مجلس الوزراء بقرار بإنشاء شركة نقل وتقنيات المالحة، شركة نقل وتقنيات المياه، وفصل أصول الإنتاج عن النقل وإنشاء الشركة لتعمل على أسس تجارية بملكية كاملة لحكومة المملكة العربية السعودية. من هذا المنطلق بدأت الشركة ولله الحمد في أخذ يعني مسارها كأحد مكونات قطاع المياه، وبدأت في تطوير وإنشاء وتشغيل وإدارة مشاريع نقل المياه على مستوى المملكة بالكامل. اليوم الشركة الحمد لله تدير أكثر من 10,000 كيلو متر متوزعة على جميع مناطق المملكة، تنقل أكثر من 7 مليون متر مكعب من المياه يوميا من خلال 7 منظومات متوزعة على مدن المملكة، للحقيقة نقل المياه المنتجة من المنتجين سواء القطاع الخاص أو القطاع العام إلى المدن المستفيدة من خلال بوابات الاستلام، من خلال اتفاقيات تجارية مع الزملاء في قطاع أو الشركاء في قطاع المياه. أخذناها فرصة صراحة في هذا المنتدى المبارك لنسلط الضوء على فرص وتحديات المشاريع. اليوم مشاريع النقل تعتبر من أكبر محافظ المشاريع على مستوى قطاع المياه بالكامل. اليوم الشركة لديها فرص مشاريع تقدر قيمتها الأولية ب100 مليار ريال سعودي لأكثر من تقريبا 200 مشروع موزعة ما بين نقل مياه وخزن استراتيجي. اليوم احنا بإذن الله معنا نخبة من المختصين في هذا المجال من الزملاء والشركاء اللي يعملون مع الشركة للحديث عن الموضوع هذا الهام وتسليط الضوء على الفرص والتحديات. في البداية معنا المهندس أو الأستاذ عبد الله بن إبراهيم أبو بكر، يشغل الأستاذ عبد الله منصب الرئيس التنفيذي للأعمال في صندوق البنية التحتية الوطني، ويتمتع بخبرة 15 سنة تقريبا في مجال تمويل المشاريع ومشاريع البنية التحتية تحديدا. عمل الأستاذ عبد الله سابقا كنائب رئيس أول في قسم العقارات المحلية والبنية التحتية في صندوق الاستثمارات العامة، وقبلها كرئيس لتمويل المشاريع في البنك السعودي الفرنسي. وبدأ الأستاذ عبد الله مسيرته المهنية في صندوق التنمية الصناعي السعودي. يشغل الأستاذ عبد الله في منصب أو عدة مناصب في مجالس إدارات ولجان استشارية لعدد من الشركات والصناديق الاستثمارية حول المملكة. طبعا الأستاذ عبد الله حصل على درجة الماجستير في المالية من جامعة كاس للأعمال، ودرجة البكالوريوس في المالية من جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن. رحبوا معي بالأستاذ عبد الله كأحد المتحدثين اليوم معنا في هذا البانل. معنا في اليوم بإذن الله السيد شيتان كابور وهو بارتنر في استراتيجي كونسلتنت. شيتان have an experience over 13 years in advisory, development and finance infrastructure. He have an experience in the infrastructure assets class, including the water, energy, wastewater, power, and water desalination. He have also and has an extensive experience in all the major finance market and commercial banks and private equity. And he have a wide experience in the dealing with the government-related entities and comprehensive undertaken in the BBB framework. رحبوا معي and most welcome for Mr. Shitan again. المتحدث الثالث معي المهندس رامي موصلي، الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة الخريف للمياه والطاقة. طبعا المهندس رامي يعني خبرة طويلة في مجال إدارة الشركات وإنشاء الشركات، وأيضا التعامل مع مشاريع البنية التحتية بمختلف مجالاتها، سواء في الاكسبانشن في الريلوي او في الايربورتس والووتر والباور والرينوبل انرجي. طبعا الاستاذ رامي يعني have an experience also في السعودي ماركت واليو اس ماركت. ايضا المهندس رامي قاد فريق، طبعا احنا نعرف ان الشركه اليوم هي listed in the سعودي تداول ماركت، فقاد فريق ناجح للطرح ناجح ولله الحمد. اليوم نشوف انها من انجح الشركات المطروحه في سوق التداول السعودي. رحبوا معي مره ثانيه في المهندس رامي موصلي. طبعا راح يكون النقاش اليوم باك اند فورث بين الزملاء related to the opportunity والchallenging للووتر او الترانسميشن ووتر يعني او الترانسميشن ووتر اند ستراتيجيك ريزرفوار في المشاريع المطروحه اليوم من قبل شركه نقل وتقنيات المياه او في الماركت بشكل عام. طبعا الاستاذ عبد الله، اول شيء احنا راح نتكلم، اذا تعطينا ناخذ يعني دقيقتين فقط لتعرفنا عن اليور انتيتي عند الصندوق البنيه التحتيه وما يقدمه من خدمات.
شكرا، مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. معكم اخوكم عبد الله ابو بكر، انا الرئيس التنفيذي للاعمال في صندوق البنيه التحتيه الوطني. صندوق البنيه التحتيه الوطني هو صندوق حكومي تنموي بحت، يبحث عن زياده مشاريع او زياده مشاركه القطاع الخاص في مشاريع البنيه التحتيه في المملكه. يركز على 9 قطاعات، واهمها طبعا قطاع المياه، لانه من انشط القطاعات واكثرها اهميه واكثرها حيويه. المنتجات اللي يقدمها الصندوق هي منتجات القروض او الدين، سواء القروض الاوليه او الثانويه، منتجات الكريدت انهانسمنتس او منتجات تعزيز الائتمان مثل الجارانتيز وغيرها، والانشورنس ات ليتر ستيج ان شاء الله وي مايت انتروديوس. وطبعا منتجات برضو اللي هي خدمات الاستثمار في المشاريع تو بروف اوف كونسبت، ما هي موجوده دائما ولكن اونلي تو بروف اوف كونسبت. ما هو غرضنا مزاحمه القطاع الخاص، غرضنا اكمال القطاع الخاص وزياده جاذبيه الفرص الاستثماريه للقطاع الخاص للدخول فيها. فجدا سعيد بتواجدي اليوم في منتدى المياه السعودي، وان شاء الله انها تكون يعني ديسكشن خفيفه ولطيفه باذن الله، وتضيف للمستمعين وتكون ان شاء الله عند مستوى توقعاتهم.
شكرا استاذ عبد الله. شيتان if you have يعني انا 1-2 minutes to just to give a brief for Synergy Consulting.
Thank you so much. It's my honor and pleasure to be here at the Saudi Water Forum. You know, Synergy Consulting was born out of Saudi Arabia. We started with the first project here in the kingdom way back in 2001-2002 when Water and Electricity LLC, which is currently known as SWPC, started with this first wave of IWPP regime in the kingdom. And at that point of time, we supported a couple of private bidders towards the privatization of the first wave of projects. And since then, you know, Saudi Arabia has been at the forefront, at the center of all the projects that we have done in terms of advisory capacity, and KSA is one of the biggest market that we have. For us, infrastructure is something which is very critical. We do understand the need for various governments and for the private sector client to participate into the various infrastructure asset classes. And for us, power, water, wastewater, district cooling, so on and so forth is something which is very critical. And you know, we have been able to maintain a healthy mix between advising the various government entities and various private sector clients in the kingdom and elsewhere in GCC as well, on across all of these infrastructure asset classes. And thankfully with the sponsor like Vodco, SWPC, NWC, so on and so forth, I think we can claim that we have done a decent job in terms of you know, expanding our footprint in Saudi, especially in GCC markets. And thank you so much for having me here, and we'll try and, you know, shed a lights on the various projects, issues, so on and so forth in terms of the project that we talked about. Thank you so much.
شكرا. مهندس رامي، إذا بلمحة بسيطة عن شركة خريف المياه والطاقة.
شكرا جزيلا. رامي مصلي، أنا رئيس تنفيذي لشركة الخريف تقنيات المياه والطاقة. رئيس تنفيذي منذ عام 2014، فلأكثر من 10 أعوام الآن. شركة الخريف للمياه والطاقة هي شركة مياه سعودية رائدة، ونحن نتبوأ الطليعة في أعمال التشغيل والصيانة وأعمال التصميم والتنفيذ أيضا، وأعمال التطوير وأعمال إدارة المدن. وتعتبر الشركة رائدة بهذا المجال، حيث استطعنا أن ننمي قدراتنا الداخلية في الشركة للقيام بأعمال التنفيذ والتشغيل والصيانة والتطوير بآن واحد، والتجانس بين هذه الأعمال. بينما أننا نرى الكثير من الشركات في قطاع المياه إنما تعمل في قطاع التشغيل والصيانة أو التنفيذ أو في التطوير على حدة. ولله الحمد استطاعت الشركة الحصول على أكثر من 13 مليار ريال من مشاريع التخصيص في المملكة في الآونة الأخيرة، في 12 شهر الأخيرين، وذلك في قطاعات الصرف الصحي وقطاع نقل المياه، وهو يعتبر من أهم مشاريع، وهو مشروع رئيس رابغ، ويعتبر من المشاريع الرائدة في المملكة. وتغطي هذه القطاعات، هذه المشاريع، جميع سلسلة الإمداد في المياه والصرف الصحي. وتقوم الشركة في هذه مشاريع التخصيص بشكل فريد من نوعه، حيث تقوم بأعمال التطوير وأعمال التنفيذ وأعمال التشغيل الصيانة على حدة.
شكرا مهندس رامي. طيب، نبدأ على بركة الله مع الأستاذ عبد الله. في أول محور من اليوم نتكلم أخوي عبد الله عن أبرز التحديات المتعلقة بمشاريع نقل المياه. مشاريع نقل المياه اليوم الحمد لله عندنا يعني شبكة كبيرة وواسعة من المشاريع اليوم تشغلها شركة نقل المياه existing assets. عندنا مشاريع يعني مستقبلية، ونتطلع إلى أن نطرح كثير من المشاريع في المستقبل القريب. نبذة عن أهم التحديات اللي ممكن تواجه أو اللي ممكن يعني اليوم تواجهها مشاريع نقل المياه والخزن الاستراتيجي.
طيب شكرا أبو محمد. Allow me to switch in English because I need the support of Chetan. يعني if you allow me. طبعا challenges around water transmission systems in the kingdom and anywhere in this world يعني revolves around four main challenges in my opinion. The first one is the significant size of those projects, okay, compared to the production and compared to the treatment. And now we're talking about tens of millions of riyals for a project of, let's say, of 100 to 150 kilometers. But that's a significant challenge, and therefore developers have to diversify the sources of financing for these kind of assets and ensure that they are maximizing their competitive edge through getting a financing that is also aligned with the hedging requirements of the nature of those projects. So this is one, which is the significant size. Two, which is as important, the rights of ways. أو حق المرور حق العبور. We're not talking about a production facility in one place or a treatment plant in one area. We're talking about 100 to 150, 200 kilometers of different topography, different ownerships of land. Therefore, there is a significant role and a critical role of the government to play in terms of obtaining all the rights of use and making a thorough and detailed assessment of those transmission, I would say, ways before the project is floated to the private sector, not to get into delays, not to get into cost overruns during the construction.
And this is the value for WITCO.
Absolutely. And this is the value of WITCO, which is closer to the government, so it closer to the coordination with the different stakeholders in obtaining these kind of rights of use, that would be the second challenge. The third challenge is, I wouldn't say it's a challenge, but perhaps it's more of something that we need to keep into consideration around the length period or the long period, for those transactions. Unlike the production and the treatment, those are pipes. So the maintenance and the operations of those are not as significant compared to the other projects. Therefore, for the value to be retained in a very optimal way, length of 2025 might not be the most optimal length for the concession period, but rather 30 and 35 and perhaps even 40. And that requires also innovative ways of financing these projects, relying heavily on the DCM solutions rather than on just relying on the banks. Banks will bridge the facilities and the financing during construction, but after that, developers have to think about it in a very innovative way to take out those loans by bonds which are more suitable for long-term transactions of this nature. The fourth challenge, in my opinion, is the prices of pipes. Okay, the pipe manufacturing facilities will not be able to give you a validity period of 12 months as per the requirement of the procurer. They might give you a month or two, and then you are exposed as a developer to fluctuations in terms of pricing of steel and pipes, etc., and that definitely will put a risk for those developers that they need to mitigate in a way or another. And definitely this is a challenge that developers and procurers and even DFIs such as Infra could have discussions to find some ways of hedging and mitigations for these kind of challenges.
The good, I think, in this regard, the good things today, we have a mix from lender and investors and consultant and even a developer. Maybe Rami or Chetan gave for the last sentence, Abdullah was mentioning the fluctuation for the price for the steel, how to mitigate and how to solve this and to keep the price. Yes.
Yeah, it's.
You want to take it up?
Would you like?
Please.
Yeah. From a developer and an EPC and an O&M, more of an EPC execution contractor and a developer perspective, this constitute, like you mentioned, a very big challenge, especially in today's climate of volatile pricing, in the market. I think the best approach would be is the contract itself, which is being devised by SWPC in particular for the privatization project in the kingdom. They've done a really tremendous job in addressing the escalation clauses in order to protect both the developer and the procurer at the same time. What I mean by protection of the procurer, because if there was no such clauses and legal protection terms in this contract, the developer and the execution entity, EPC entity, would tend to implement over contingency and over conservative pricing, which will lead to inflation in the price. And at the same time, to protect the developer, these clauses will help in increasing the appetite in participating in additional projects, and at the same time procuring more project funding, as the banks and the financial institutions will be hesitant to proceed with such project on such risk. So we think that the contract clauses and the contractual clauses for the protection elements in the contracts are the pillar of the mitigating such change. The second would be, of course, it is the capabilities and the experience of the developer to go to the international market and to work using the economy of scale. These projects are massive in size. This will help the negotiation mechanism to procure more and better terms to conserve the price of the piping until the finalization of execution.
Thank you, Rami. Chitan, if you allow me, you can bring your thought during the second questions, what you are, and you bring your thought about this sentence. Chitan, now, in the Saudi market, alhamdulillah, I think since 15 years, we success to float many projects in IWB, ISTB. Now, from now and in the trend in the future, inshallah, we aim to float a lot of projects in transmission and the strategic reservoir. From your side, how are you seeing the value for money for this project? I mean, that transmission, comparing the government value and comparing in front of the private sector value.
Yeah. See, the benefits of privatization are very well known in the kingdom for various projects, which Khalid rightly said about the water production plants and for the sewage treatment plants. That's very well known. You have a private sector player coming in with all the new technologies and trying to implement new solutions to this. When these projects started way back in 2019, there was a debate within the various stakeholders of the government between NCP, Ministry, and SWPC. Is that, what is the need for these projects to be prioritized? Why? I mean, we're talking about capital-intensive projects, as Abdul rightly said. In terms of operational challenges of these projects, those are not significant as compared to a plain vanilla water plant or a plain vanilla ISTP. Where you have a private sector player coming in with all of their new technologies. In case of a pipeline or a strategic water reserve, those challenges are not there. If you look at the breakup of the entire risk, the risk of operations for these projects is, if you count that in terms of numbers, it is barely close to 5 to 10% of the entire tariff. So why go into the mode of privatization? Let the government take over or shoulder responsibilities of financing those projects and tender it out. But if you see elsewhere in GCC and some parts of Asia, these projects have been privatized for quite some period of time. And as Rami rightly said, these projects are close to humongous capacity. We're talking about tens of billions of riyals which has to be invested into this particular sector. Now, if the government is asked to shoulder all those projects, the amount of liquidity that is required is something which will strain the balance sheet of the government. So it makes sense for alternative means of financing for those projects. And private sector will come in and open up or unlock those sources of financing for these particular projects. Abdullah rightly mentioned about bond financing. I mean, these kinds of projects which are classic case for long-term yield investment play, which will be it is anticipated that it will be lapped up by foreign investors. And this is what you see in the current market. With the first project which was tendered out by SWPC, you have a local player in terms of Al Khuraiya, but you have international players also participating into these projects. And these are just not GCC players. These are Japanese players, Korean players, players from Europe, which are participating in these projects, which are bringing their own pool of capital to finance those projects. So that is one of the most important elements for the government to think through, that it takes away a whole lot of strain from the balance sheet. That's point number one. Point number two, that even though these projects are not technically complex, but still, you have a upstream production plant, and then you have these pipelines. So somewhere, a private sector can club both of these projects together, and make a complete system right from the generation capacity all the way to transmission. So you have an entire private sector value chain right from the very generation side till the way of end distribution, which brings about economies of scale, brings about, technical, optimization which can be implemented across the value chain, which can be a win-win for both the government and private sector.
Okay.
So yeah.
Good. Thank you شتان. رامي مهندس رامي يعني بحكم انكم انتم الان تقودون تحالف ما شاء الله يعني فزتوا في اول مشروع يطرح للقطاع الخاص لترانسميشن يعني البروجكت. Could you talk about this يعني project and appetite والكومبيتيشن اللي صار في هالمشروع هذا، بعدين ننتقل الى المشروع او عفوا السؤال الثاني باذن الله.
Yes, definitely. As far as the project and the one we're talking about is the independent water transmission pipe of Rais Rabi. As you know, we were awarded the project, and it's the first of its kind at a value of around 7.9 billion. And as we mentioned at the beginning, Al Khuraif, AWPT Al Khuraif Water and Power Technologies is occupying the 3 levels on this project, from the development to the to the EPC and the O&M. Some of the challenges, being the first of its kind in the kingdom, maybe it's been done around the world, maybe seldomly, but it's a landmark here in the kingdom. We faced a host of the challenges from trying to secure financing for a project unique of this kind over a period of 35 years, which is considered on the longer term. And the second one was also, of course, securing all of the environmental permits, the governmental, the regulatory permits that's required for the job. So these are the main hurdles that we face, apart from the technical, which are usually typical for these projects. We were able to overcome these obstacles with the support of Water Transmission and Technologies company WATCO, and definitely the Saudi Water Partnership Company, and regulatory governmental stakeholders. And we finally achieved the financial closing, and we started the construction. These projects to us are very, very attractive as they combine, like Mr. Shaitan said, and like you mentioned, the opportunity to be on the development and on the construction, and to have the long-term operation and maintenance, and also to include the project financing and the project funding element for this project. We see in the future the need of the kingdom is vast in terms of transmission. As you mentioned, there's a requirement of over 8,000 kilometers in the future, probably in a new project. I think with this model, this will give you a sustainable pipeline of private developers that are really eager to participate with the government and to make this goal achievable.
Good, thank you, Rami. أستاذ عبد الله مرة ثانية احنا بنشوف how do you see the development fund, especially the government fund, to supporting such projects like transmission and such reservoir from the financial point of view?
Great. اسمح لي أبو محمد, before I focus on the DFI and their role in developing sustainable infrastructure in general, and to be specific, transmission systems, I would like to, despite the challenge that I mentioned earlier, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is unique in everything, and definitely it's unique in the water transmission systems, because it has the longest network in the world with the highest capacity in terms of water transmission lines. It has 7 water transmission systems with, if I'm not mistaken, more than 10,000 kilometer length that have a capacity of 12 million cubic meter per day. I think more than 50% is utilized on daily basis. That's significant legacy of knowledge that will definitely add significant value for the private sector who are coming to this sector, especially with the presence of WITCO, given its sovereign ownership. Now, when it comes to the role of DFI, I wouldn't say the typical role of DFI providing patient capital, providing long-term loans, providing subordinated loans. That definitely is there and will be provided to enhance the viability of the underlying projects. But also, another role is to deepen the capital markets for these kind of assets. This is a role that we need to have here in the kingdom because the significant requirement in the kingdom in terms of financing will definitely force us to be creative in the ways we get financing of these projects. In the past, since 2004, 2005 of Shu'aiba and Shuqaiq, most of the transaction within the PPP world has been secured by debt from banks. Equity has been secured from developers. Nowadays, we need to think about this differently. Debt has to include DCM. This is not a choice anymore. This is a must in my opinion. And infra, as a DFI, will definitely support that in many ways. Will be providing bridge to loans, will be providing subordinated debt to allow for the investment grades of those projects at later stage whenever they pass the construction period. We will also anchor DCM solutions if required. Other role of infra is to find ways for those developers to exit at later stage as well. Okay, because those developers, they want to free up some of their capitalization in order to get into more greenfield transactions where they can add more value in. And more patient capital has to be replacing those developers. And this is a role of infra, to introduce them to institutional investors, asset managers, who are willing and within their DNA, these kind of investments that are more of a long-term patient kind of capital. So these are commitments, unwavering commitments from our side at Infra to support the transmission of water in the kingdom and all of the sustainable infrastructure projects in the kingdom.
اوكي شكرا يعطيك العافيه عبد الله اضافه جدا جميله. جيتان يعني you're dealing with the banks, with developer, with the government even entity. How to increasing the appetite for private sector to come to to transmission project and strategy reservoir to participate and start to develop this project?
Yeah, I think this is one of the most pressing concerns for the current market. So if you see, the kingdom is at the forefront of number of projects which are being tendered out. Because of Vision 2030, the number of projects which are being, tendered out into Saudi Arabia are unprecedented. And on top of that, if you see the activities that are happening elsewhere in GCC, the number of projects have just ballooned. So there are not enough number of players in the market who can, cater to the size and the scale of the project which are being tendered out. So what does the government do? I mean, their projects, it's a necessity. The asset classes need to be developed. So, recently there was a study which was conducted by one of the stakeholders in terms of there are large number of local contractors here in Kingdom, but those local contractors are not developers. They have been pure play EPC, entities which have been constructing the projects on a LSTK basis. But if you ask them to switch into a PPP mode or to become a proper developer, what they need to be done is this decent amount of capacity building that needs to happen. They need to be educated and trained as to how does a PPP regime in Kingdom works, what are the key risks, how do you balance them out. There has to be training sessions which needs to be organized. How do you interact with lenders? How do you interact with institutions? How do you understand the nature of the contract which is being signed? You are signing up to a 25 or a 30 or 35-year contract. Do you understand that contract in terms of, what are the key risks that will fall upon you? What are the key risks that need to be, will be with the off-taker? What are the key risks that will be with the lending institutions? So all this needs to be done, and there's a very serious program which has been started within the kingdom to allow these EPC or local contractors to move from traditional EPC contractors into semi-developers. Now, if you look at the classification, some of them will move into leadership position in terms of being able to technically qualify for those projects. Some will be, lead members, some will be technical members, some will be pure play financial investors. So that is a shift, if you see, which is happening, within the kingdom right now. And Woodco, SWPC, even the ministry is reaching out to all of these local contractors, regional contractors, to make sure that they understand all of this and move ahead. So that's point number one. All of this is also needs to be substantiated by means of lot amount of government support which has to come through. You need to incentivize these entities to make sure that they participate in full stream into these projects. Now, obviously, it's going to take some time. The projects are imminent, which needs to happen. So there'll be a slow, pace of growth of these entities coming into the market. Has it started? Yes. And as Abdullah rightly said, with more avenues of financing which are getting opened up, just not local investors or local players, you see a lot of international participation coming up. Financial capital, financial investors, mezzanine fund providers, private credit is increasing into these particular projects. Whether we can see some of these happening immediately, no, again, it's going to take some time, but yes, I think the ball is in the right motion.
Okay, good, thank you. Mons Rami, since 2016, water sectors have a big transformation. There is a national water strategy. There is moving from government support to private sector participate. How do you see the future for the water sector, especially in transmission and strategic reservoir? Since the transmission systems, since long time, it's working under government umbrella and government support, direct fund as a EPC only. Now we have a good journey and a good future to open the door for the investors and developer to participate in the project. How do you see that the future project for transmission system?
Yeah, definitely. There's a big shift that's happening on many aspects that led to the privatization. As we see in the beginning, due to the Saudi Vision 2030 and the economic growth that the KSA is undergoing right now in terms of diversification and in terms of size as well, we see the demand on the water sector is increasing tremendously. Now, this will constitute a big challenge in order to stabilize the water sector itself, in order to keep up with this ever-increasing demand. As you rightfully mentioned, in the past, the transmission, specifically the transmission projects, they were done through exclusively via governmental entities or semi-governmental entities that through various contractors executing the work. Now, given the tremendous size of the transmission and the capacity that needs to be installed, executed, and operated within this relatively short term, which is unprecedented, like Mr. Shaitan as well mentioned, over 8,000 kilometers, we can no longer depend on a multitude of local or even international contractors coming to do the work over a period of 2 and 3 years and put the pressure on the local financing institution mainly. And also the pressure on the governmental entities to overlook this work, also from the client side. So the government made a very wise decision into going towards applying one of the main pillars of the Vision 2030, which is having the private sector participate in these strategic projects and in the investment. So by privatizing these projects, this will release basically the funding requirement nature of these projects to non-recourse project financing nature, which involved financial institutions from the kingdom and internationally. This will also increase the capacity of the local contractors and international players to participate in additional projects as the funding requirement from these contractors, from these developers will be limited to the equity portion of the project itself. So that's, I think this would be the perfect plan in order to execute these projects in parallel.
Good. Thank you, Rami.
There's one thing which I want to add in here is that because of these projects, there's one special emphasis by the government which is on local content as well. Because of these large-scale projects, you will see, more number of industries into the pipeline side of it, into the water reservoir sides of it, which are going to flourish here in the kingdom. Because, when we're servicing 10,000 kilometers of the pipeline, another 8,000 kilometers of the pipelines to be constructed over a period of time, you can, rely on imports, but to a limited extent. So slowly and slowly, you will see more number of industries, coming into the kingdom with respect to the pipeline manufacturing, so on and so forth, which is happening as we see. It's something which is not of the past. This is something which is very evident. Not many entities are trying to develop factories or local production to help the various projects.
Good. Thank you, Chitan, for this. Adding Abdullah and Chitan and Rami. Today, Whitco have a huge portfolio and projects. Expected more than 100 billion Saudi riyal, which is with the more than 200 projects. This value and this number of projects, how do you see this opportunity from the lending, from the consultancy, from the development point of view?
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Definitely the size is significant. I wouldn't say it is a smooth process. Definitely, we have to make sure that everything is presented in a way where the risk allocation is, I would say, wisely distributed among parties. This is one. It is a great opportunity for international lenders. Me personally, I've been speaking to international lenders, to international investors for the past 2 years. The water transmission line is one of the most areas that they have interest in. However, the construction period is still a challenge. Okay, so if I would give an advice to Whitco is to consider also selling some of those assets, fully constructed assets.
We'll come back to you with this just a minute, okay? Okay, please.
If we're coming back to this, this is, in my opinion, a very important point. Other than that, I think everyone is ready for Whitco, inshallah, to be coming to the market with the first and the second and the third project, inshallah. And we, as Infra, as a DFI, we're very committed to support Whitco in their journey.
Yeah. I think, at least from our perspective, what we can safely say, and to answer your question, for advisory, it is always good. More number of projects is always going to be beneficial for us. But in terms of the landscape, takeout financing, which Abdullah rightly said, is one of the key elements. No longer, can the local banks or regional banks can support a pipeline of this nature. We're talking about billions and billions of riyals to be invested. So takeout financing is going to become very important, and that is something which we'll see going forward. So if the construction risk is mitigated, operational, it is not challenging, you will see large number of, mezzanine or takeout financing providers coming into the market. The second thing which we also need to see is that we have just first of the project which has been tendered out and closed. The more number of these projects, are being tendered out, the documents are going to become much mature. There'll be a learning exercise, learning curve for both the developers and for the off-takers as well, in terms of how to advance the documents. The IWPs and ISTB documents, it's not that on day zero they were all good. They took over 5 to 6 years for them to reach to a particular stage. I think that learning curve will be there for the pipelines and for the reservoirs as well. And once that happens, you will see more number of international players getting comfortable, the banks getting comfortable with the risk and the risk allocation as well. And I think that should speed up the entire procurement process.
I believe, thank you. And I believe these opportunities that's been brought by this large number of the transmission projects are a match worldwide. So this is a very unique opportunity, and I can guarantee you through our interaction in bidding the project and in closing, successfully closing the project and now constructing it, we see everybody is very keen because you don't have any other place in the world where you have the same infrastructure development that's been precedented here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The interest is evident and it's increasing. And like Mr. Shaitan said, that with the closing of the first project, with the negotiation and of the first water transmission agreement being finalized, this will give somehow of a roadmap in order to develop further projects. I see the transmission projects not only as a project to provide water to the inhabitants of Saudi Arabia, but also as an economic and development engine for the kingdom as a whole, in order to build, to create jobs, to build basically industries, manufacturing capabilities, industrial capabilities around it, and at the same time to attract lots of international and external and internal investment. So this is only the tip of the iceberg, but the coming will make a transformational really impact and a huge positive impact on the economy and on the transfer of knowledge as well in the kingdom.
شكرا just to or before closing this session, and we'll give 10 minutes inshallah for anybody who can bring any questions. Just in 1 minute, Abdullah, Chitan and Rami, how to see WITCO important in this role? Because since WITCO and a half now it's fully owned by the government, WITCO have a long experience in O&M, engineering, supervision, construct, manage also the transmission project and such reservoir. How to bring this as a confidence from the lending point of view, consultancy and development?
Well, WITCO is uniquely positioned, in my opinion. They have the legacy of knowledge of the PPP and the proper risk allocation. Okay, from 2004 to 2005, we have started the water PPP project. So that significantly will definitely add significant value to WITCO's propositions to the private sector. This is one. Combined with WITCO's knowledge when it comes to transmission lines, which is a unique, I would say, area that private sector is still not very familiar with. So this combination of PPP know-how plus the know-how of transmission and strategic reservoirs knowledge, I think will put WITCO in a very unique position moving forward, and this will allow to provide all mitigations required to achieve a successful story for the transmission systems, inshallah, and the strategic reservoirs.
Thanks, Shita.
As you mentioned, WITCO in a very unique position, and we consider really WITCO to be the center of gravity and the catalyst for the success of this initiative. They, like you mentioned, they combine the expertise in the PPP, they combine the expertise in the EPC from SWCC and from others. So they have a very unique set of skills, not in terms of only the procurement or the development, but also in the oversight, in the engineering, procurement, the technical, the execution. And from what we witnessed in dealing with WITCO, it was a main aspect that allowed for the successful financial closure and to the successful basically resolution of many technical and issues that we faced, technical and regulatory issues in terms of permitting that we faced on the job. And this is really what facilitated the success. So if you ask me, definitely WITCO would be the catalyst and the center of gravity of this whole program.
Nothing much to add, but Khalid, WITCO, I mean, all the reasons mentioned are absolutely, I mean, to the core. But there's one more thing that you have the economies of scale. You are operating 10,000 kilometers of pipeline. You have additional pipeline that we built in. So Woodco, going forward, being the primary custodian of all this, the pipelines and reservoirs, you have the economies of scale. And if you have those economies of scale, you can leverage them out into various functions in terms of markets, in terms of bidders, in terms of supply chain. So you are uniquely positioned to get it through. And more importantly, one thing which Abdullah rightly said, you are the interface between the private sector and the government in terms of taking out the key risk which will be required for successful implementation. So if you are able to, I mean, given the contracts are watertight, they're moving ahead, but if you're able to take out or act as a bridge between those two entities, I think it's a win-win situation for both the stakeholders.
Good, good. Finally, and يعني في نهاية الجلسة هذه الجميلة أتمنى يعني أول شيء أشكر الزملاء الأستاذ عبد الله والسيد شيتان ومهندس رامي على حضورهم ومشاركتهم اليوم معنا. أشكركم أنتم برضو ل يعني حسن استماعكم وحضوركم اليوم. عندنا 5 دقائق إذا في أحد من الحضور عنده مثلا سؤال أو استفسار أو شيء للزملاء قبل ما نقفل. في مايك دكتور طارق هنا في البداية هنا.
Good afternoon. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. Good afternoon and thank you all for this very useful insights and thoughts. I have a couple of points, just very quick. On Mr. Abdullah, if you could shed some light on the sale of the assets, the point that you were trying to say, but I think Muhammad moved from this point. And the other point is related to Mr. Shitan. It seems that we get addicted to the boot model, I mean the whole water sector, regardless of the nature of the projects. So could you please give any insights or thoughts on what might be also useful to be considered in terms of new innovative models that could suit the nature of the transmission systems and storage projects? Thank you.
شكرا. يعطيك العافية. In relation to my suggestion, and I'm not really involved in this, يعني I'm just a messenger. Okay, I've been receiving a lot of interest from abroad. Given our position as a DFI, we meet a lot with international investors. And they have shown interest to buy brownfield assets rather than greenfield assets. So, I mean, I know that Woodco, mashallah, is sitting on a 10,000 kilometers of assets in terms of transmission systems. A way to finance the greenfield projects is by monetizing the existing one. This is an idea I think it's worthwhile exploring further, especially that the market is there for it. And they have been done on a best-in-class way. So their I would say, status now is excellent, and the due diligence of those wouldn't, in my opinion, take a lot of time, and it will be satisfactory to those interested buyers. So I think this is a way to finance projects in the future that we need to consider, inshallah, moving forward.
And if I understand the question correctly, the question was whether BOOT is the only model for these water transmission reservoirs. The answer is no. And to be very candid out here, I think with your permission, Woodco is currently in the process of doing a market sounding exercise to find out alternative means of procurement of these projects. So BOOT is something which is standard, which has already been done and dusted. First project closed, couple of projects already in the market. But what Woodco is also trying to see that you have a set of local players, right, which are very good at construction, but they are developers? No. So is there a possibility that they can design and build the pipelines or reservoirs over a period of time and get paid over not 25 years or 30 years, but maybe a shorter duration? somewhere like a DBFT model. So that market sounding exercise is something which is underway, at least to the best of our knowledge. We do feel that, that is one of the models which can be implemented into the market, in which you have local players, local contracting companies, coupled with a developer-based background entity. They can come together. One can cater to the construction schedule in terms of technical know-how, while the other can, speak the language of financing, so on and so forth, so that at least we have a shorter duration of projects, 7 to 8 to 10 years. The projects are implemented over that time. The balance sheet of the off-taker of Woodco is not, stretched for those particular periods, because the payments are being spread out. You have a decent amount of liquidity from the market, and the banks are also aware that over 8 to 10 years they are going to get the capital back. So those are some of the models which are being tested in the market, and you will shortly see that some of the projects being, if the market sounding exercise is fruitful, you will see some of the projects being offloaded to the market on those bases as well. So yeah, I mean, they are methods which are being talked about. We're yet to see those projects there, but hopefully at least we are optimistic that it should be hitting the market very damn soon.
جميل. الله يعطيكم العافية. I think time is due. يعني الدكتور سعود أعتقد الوقت على المحك. في النهاية أعتقد أشكر الجميع صراحة، بدءا أو على رأس المنظومة معالي وزير البيئة والمياه والزراعة والأخوة الزملاء في الوزارة ووكالة المياه على دعم وتنظيم هذا المنتدى الحقيقة اللي صار الآن أيقونة في أنشطة قطاع المياه في المملكة. لا يسعني إلا أن أشكر أيضا زملائي في اللجنة العلمية وعلى رأسهم الدكتور سعود بن محمد بن مرشد على دعمهم وعلى يعني الحقيقة تمكين بكل ما يخص مشاريع النقل والخزن الاستراتيجي لأن تكون من المشاريع ذات الأولوية والأهمية في القطاع. أيضا أشكر زملائي في الشركة وعلى رأسهم الدكتور طارق النعيم على دعمهم الكبير صراحة لكل ما يمكن الشركة ويجعلها بإذن الله في مصاف الشركات. أشكر الزملاء اللي معي اليوم على إضافتهم لهذا الموضوع المهم والحقيقة الحيوي جدا، واللي بإذن الله راح يكون الترند الأيام الجاية بإذن الله أن يكون مشاريع نقل المياه والخزن الاستراتيجي هي اللي بتستحوذ على جانب كبير من أهمية وماركت شير في التمويل وفي الاكسكيوت وفي الاي بي سي إن شاء الله بإذن الله. في النهاية أشكركم جميعا وأدعو الدكتور سعود رئيس اللجنة العلمية لتكريم المتحدثين في نهاية هذه الجلسة، ويعطيكم العافية على حضوركم واستماعكم.
شكرا جزيلا. بداية التكريم مع رئيس الجلسة المهندس خالد الحبيب. ثم الأستاذ عبد الله أبو بكر. السيد شيتان كابور. السيد رامي موصلي. شكرا جزيلا. سادة وسيدات، شكرا لكم على حضوركم اليوم الثاني من منتدى المياه السعودي. كانت هذه الجلسة الأخيرة في يومنا الثاني. نلقاكم غدا بمشيئة الله تعالى عند تمام الساعة 9 صباحا. إلى ذلك الحين نستودعكم الله. عليكم. يوجد سماعة أو علبة خاصة بالسماعات على صاحبها استلامها من البوديوم. علبة سماعات لونها أحمر أو عليها كفر أحمر. عموما هي موجودة على البوديوم. أجيبها؟ خلاص عند واحد اسمه الياس.